We'll see if this picks up. Hello, everyone. I hope you're all doing well. Hope you're all doing well. It's been a long day. I once again reconnected all my audio stuff, so it's entirely possible everything's broken again. But the big deal is, can you hear me? No. Yes. Can you hear me is the big deal. Can you hear me? Good. That's a good start. We'll take it. For some reason, it's not doing the captions for me, and I don't know why. 1 second. Don't know why not. That's funny. Very frustrating. That is the captions. Oh, that's because I may have turned them off. It's okay. It's okay. Just fucked with everything, and it ends up in this place where it's like, Jesus Christ, audio is a nightmare, to put it lightly, but, let me see, let me make sure it's working before I brag about this thing that I did. Oh, yeah, thank you. Jesus.
Yog Sothoth super chatted $20.
It's very kind of you. Absolutely unnecessary in every single way, but beyond kind. So thank you. Under output. See, it's not outputting to me now, which is fine. I kind of expect this. Everything always breaks for me, and I'm terrible at all of this. It's okay. Let's see. Let's go to... I'm plugged into 910, so let's do 910. We'll see if it works, but I did do getting my system hooked up so I can do weird things. That should have sounded at least interesting. I don't know if it did. I have no idea if it did, but on the off chance it did. So I'm fucking with the audio, but today we're not fucking with audio. That's not what we're doing today. That's not the big push. It's not. Today the focus is a lot simpler. And I need to get rid of this. That's fine. See. Ad hoc weird shit. And that ad hoc weird shit that you end up getting in there, which is cool and works. I think would be the phrasing. I'd probably works. It means that when you actually start getting things working, it's no good. But it does mean you can do weird shit. Once you start figuring things out, that's just, I got myself through a handful of guitar pedals so I could begin attaching myself to my Euro racks, because I have some really fucking cool things that I've been wanting to use on stream and play with. Audio's cutting in and out. Fuck. I'll have to listen to myself now, Yog. Let's see. Testing, listening to myself. It was, but we're good. It's going to cut out when I do the thing. 1 second. Now, here is where I say thank you, Yog, for the $20. Yeah, so that's fun. Once I get the Eurorack running, it'll be better. And it's getting there. But I have some cool stuff. I have a spatial audio. I don't know if I've done this yet. I should do it real quick. Because it hasn't been hooked up yet. It's sad when you don't get to hook one of these fuckers up. Because you spend years, because it's not a cheap habit. It's also not one that things are generally available. So you kind of buy what you can when you can, and then you do stupid things, and then you sell those, and then you buy more, and then you sell those, then you trade, and you end up with things that are really fun to play with. If you're into Euroracks, I'm going to give a handful of suggestions. I am, by the way, not a purist when it comes to a few of these. So Behringer is in here. You'll see the grays at the bottom. I don't give a shit. Behringer's perfectly fine for the price point I play with. And that way I can spend money on better stuff. Brains, Behringer. If you don't know what it is, then there's Abacus, Behringer. I don't care that they rip off. I don't give a fuck. Quasar is spatial audio for Euroracks. It's insane. It's insane. It's insane. Data, if you don't know what it is, you should. Eventide has the Misha. Now that's a procedural music player. So the way it works, it's very strange. But basically you put in the way that you want it to be triggered by volumes, by levels, by whatever it is. So you could have it attached to MIDIs or light signals. There's all kinds of stuff. It has multiple MIDI inputs. It has the ability to connect and put everything on micro SD. And as anything gets triggered, it will make the notes go up or down on whatever scale you've got set, 0 through 4. And you can kind of set it up so it becomes like this procedural. It's amazing. It's this procedural thing. And then down here is melted electronics, which is why I'm trying to get all this done, because this plus 5 other things are my video synth sets. My video synth, which is amazing. This is a Mishmatcher Deluxe. But this is melted electronics. It takes in basically VGA signals. So like the old VGA cables. And it breaks it into a 1080p signal. It's 1080p, 1080i technically. Mixing of colors. So you can actually affect each of the color bands with a high def signal, which is amazing. It's amazing, amazing. These are my babies, and I've been building it for a while and getting it going, and I'm going to slowly be somewhere that I'm actually able to play with it. And then have the VCR, the TV, and another laptop plugged into it when I get that going. So that's fun stuff. That's like the fucking around. I'd enjoy doing that on the side kind of thing. And I just haven't had a chance to until today get things like running as I want. It's really hard to describe. I have a Focusrite 18i20. Focusrite, which is what I recommend if you're ever going to be doing anything and you need an audio interface, Focusrite is absolutely it. It's not even a question, by the way. Focusrite is the thing you need. I recommend it. They're wonderful. Don't do what I did. Or do. I mean, I don't care. I bought mine used on Craigslist from a guy who bought it just a few weeks earlier, and it was a good deal. I got it for a third the price. And the guy never took the plastic off the front. He didn't understand how to use it. And then I learned why. It has, as you might guess, 18i20. It has 18 ins, 20 outs. And it is overly complicated. It's way overly complicated. It's a nightmare. Yeah, it's really a nice setup. It's the 3rd gen. Windows doesn't work well with any audio stuff. It's a nightmare. The way that the inputs work, and I don't understand why. Inputs 5 and 6 and then 7 and 8 are each individually on 2 different headphone channels. The idea being that you can use those as the ins and outs for the band or the guy recording, so you can monitor, but there's also a separate monitor channel and there's no way to change any of it. So it's just been a fucking nightmare. My brother, who's an audio engineer, and he's genuinely one of the more talented people I know in the space. He got fucking surgery, so he couldn't talk over the last days. So he hasn't been able to help me, and he's all like, he got surgery on his tongue. So I don't want to be too, the timing was just fucking perfect. Just fucking perfect. But Today, if I can, and if it turns out that this actually functions, we're going to find out if it does. We really are. Please say it kept the, oh, my mic's still there. Good. The Windows right here. Fantastic. Let me see if I can get that right. Boop, 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 boop. Come on. Yeah, perfect. Good. Probably going to put you over here so I can actually adjust things better. I have been getting no shortage of requests for reacts from people for a while, and I tend to save them for nights when I don't have like a lot to actually talk about. I did my Simondon video, which came out this morning. I would love it if everyone went and checked it out. Share it with your friends. It's part of the how-to series, and I realized basically with the last one, maybe the last two, my how-to series was intended to be like weekly Monday uploads. And then I realized I am not that smart. The thinkers that I'm doing stuff on are incredibly complicated, and it was kind of silly of me to think I could do one a week. The Marx one took me 2 months of writing, and I knew that ahead of time, but for some reason I didn't think ahead. The Zizek one was a little faster because I've read a lot of Zizek, so it was a little easier to do. But Simondon has been a lacking spot for me for a long time. I'd only say I've become more comfortable with him thanks to Taylor Atkins' new translation of his more recent work, and thanks to the readings we have in the QC. I did not significantly know about Simondon beyond a book or two that I've owned that I didn't really get it. Like, I learned I didn't really understand it. That's basically what the QC taught me from the early part, is I actually didn't understand philosophy, which was fair. But we have a handful of people at Non-Manifest and a handful of other users who are stunningly aware of so many thinkers, and they've done everything Simondon has written. They did Merleau-Ponty, they did Rouillet. They've done just a ton of different stuff, and they're continually uploading. And thanks to them, I've been able to really get into On Mode of Existence of Technical Objects, for example, and I've been able to read it a couple times. But when I put it on there, I put it on there because I knew Mode of Existence of Technical Objects is just that important of a book. Leaving it off, I think, would be doing a disservice drastically. I think Simondon has generally been done pretty dirty, as I say in the video a few times, because the more you read about him, the more you read Klosowski and a handful of others, Raymond Rouillet would be another, you realize that these are people who don't get the credit they deserve for really being more or less the tip of the spear when it comes to modern critical theory, to me at least. So I started working on it a couple weeks ago, and then reading and then working on it. It was not fun. And it just, yeah. It's not live at 1 a.m. I was there, actually. It had been being written for weeks. But Simondon is one of those that I could take a lot of different angles. But the thing that was really important to get across, because as we go into the other thinkers, as we start traveling down the road, that I think he was one of the people who did, push down the grass and mark an area for people to go after him. The way that people think of milieu, the way that people think of the machinery of X, Y, or Z, and the way that holomorphism just absolutely is so central to how we talk about stuff. I knew those had to be the three things, and it just took forever to figure out how to get it going. Is that a keratin shirt? No, it is not. This is I got this shirt with GameStop money. Internet comment etiquette shirt. Thank you. It's a good shirt. And post Simondon, I've got some others that I just know are going to take a week or two. So bear with me on the How to Philosophy stuff. I've got other things I'm doing videos on, which I'm excited for. And this dark money thing I may spend more time on, because it's frustrating to me, the way that people's lack of knowledge becomes their certainty that something is as they understand it. And there's a fine line between doing the like, old man, I've seen this before, you need to get used to it, these things are complicated. But the other side of that is, like, for example, in the contract, you can't just say anything you want to about chorus. That being used against chorus is asinine to me. I've never seen a contract that you sign with anyone in any capacity that doesn't have things like that in it. Whether it's them taking money from you or you being a part of something else. Oculus, when I got my grant to do one of my projects from Oculus, they are part of every PR blast, every communication. These things are absolutely normal. Like, it's really boring. And it's not, oh, you can't talk shit about, like, there are claims being made that just are like, And you can go find, I know I made the joke earlier and it was kind of a joke. I was like, go talk to a lawyer, but you can go like look online, boilerplate partnership contracts, and look in there for rights of communication, rights of publicity, how these things work. It's just, these things are very normal and it's really frustrating. You got panned from Delph's Discord. You should see the comments. There's a few comments I had to hide. I don't hide a lot of comments. All the stuff, there's probably the most prevalent is the anti-trans comments, which is wild. I get them. I don't understand that. Like, if you think I'm pretty, thank you. But that's weird. But there's a lot of them also on Philosophy Tube's videos, which is unacceptable to me in every way. But then on this video, it's been a lot of like hate. Like hate. Hate. It's very, very weird. And the reason you get there, Ponga, is because, like, I don't think my video is extreme. Like, I don't go, Taylor's a bitch, fuck her. Like, it's not that kind of shit. It's like, hey, if you're going to be upset about things, is this what we're doing? What money someone has or where it comes from doesn't change what they write about. Again, as I point out, Engels, who most leftists are happy to quote, was an industrialist. He was the worst kind of industrialist, if you want to be really careful, because that time frame, being an industrialist was not the same as being like a small businessman here in the States. It ain't the same thing. Hate on what? Me. And not like in ways that, like, I've had people make comments like, well, I don't want to repeat them, but they're funny insults. I'm okay with funny insults, but when it's like, clearly you are something and you're taking money from chorus, clearly, not as like a joke. There are a couple who I can tell are being sarcastic or are saying it because they think it. And then there's hate. And a few of those had to go away. Fast. Oh, I get transphobia comments all the time. People think, for some reason, I learned a new slur because of it. Sam Pride, I'll take Sam Pride. I like Sam Pride. That's a funny fucking comment. That's a funny one. There's a few other ones that are pretty funny too. But no. Like, I learned slurs. I don't want to repeat them. Like, people are weird. People are fucking weird. They're not transvestigating me. They're apparently at first blush, they think I'm a trans. Either way, I don't think anyone thinks I'm like a trans man. They think I'm a trans woman. Like, I don't understand. Look, people who have hate are filled with hate. Like, that's it. Well, it's the hair that did it. One person said because of the hair, they thought I was a slur. And I'm like, again, I want to understand how you believe these things work. Like, are there a lot of, like, it was the one like cartoon with an R, tune with an R. Got that one a few times. Very strange. I look like trans women in transphobic memes. They're really? I mean, look, okay, I do kind of have tits. I need to work out. I found out I weigh 5 of my son today, and I went, well, that's a little bit much. I hit 250, and it's like, God damn, dude. So, clean out the garage. The move did it. Like, I lost like 20 pounds during the move. It was great. And then post-move, I was just fucking dead and depressed, and things have been tough. And then we don't have our workouts. My workout stuff, I do bands, and then I have a exercise stepper thing. Because I can't do a lot because I'm a giant person. If you didn't know, giant people can't run. It's really bad for giant people to run. I box. I have my boxing stuff, but all of it's covered in shit. So we've been mostly Heather, to Heather's credit, has been organizing stuff. But yeah, I hit 250, and it's like, goddamn. I don't look it because I'm 6'6". I'm giant, so it's I can basically feel. Again, I'm 5 of my son, and it's weird. Just weird. But, yeah, if you're 6'2", you hate running, don't do it. My uncle, who was in the military, and they had to do their drills, and he didn't notice when he was younger. He does now. So it's like, you get fucked, man. It's no good. So here's what we're going to do. There's a bunch of different ones. And, Ponga. See, there's tall motherfuckers all around in here. If I can recommend, we had to save up for it, and it was 100% worth it. The Max, it's the Bowflex Max. It's like Bowflex, right? That shit. But the Max is like their like step thing, but it works in a very particular way that tears your body apart and works you out in like 15 minutes. And it's phenomenal. If you can go like, once you can get to like 20, 30 minutes on it, your body will be in like really nice shape. And then boxing. I recommend boxing for everyone. Boxing is the best workout in the world, I think. You don't actually have to fight. You can hit bags, but like if you can get a speed bag and a nice heavy bag, you're solid. And you can do that, and then again do that until you sweat. It's great. It's fantastic. As an MMA watcher, 250 for 6'6" is not super high. It is when you're fat. See, muscle weighs like 2 to 3x what fat does. When you're fat, it sticks out more. So it's not the same thing. When you're a chunky fuck, and I'm getting there. And I don't want to be. But I was, what's the word? I was inconsiderate of my future self when I was younger. And I have like a cracked vertebra. I have fucked up knees. Just lots of shit. I smoked 2 packs a day for 30 fucking years. You know, life is life. But here's how it's going to work tonight. We have a handful of videos that I've had recommended to me. I'm going to show you all of them. We're not going to do a setup. Here's how it's going to work. I'm going to pick the first one we're going to go. After that, if anyone wants to toss in $10, they get to pick the next video. And I'm going to burn through most of these pretty quick, I think. Some of them are longer. None of these are going to be things that I think are really worth watching all the way through. There's 2 that are shorter. But yeah. One Dime did a video. I don't know who One Dime is. I've seen the name a lot. People have been mentioning them. I don't know who that is. What, Why, How has a video where it's called Race, Nation, and IQ, The Truth Debunked. I don't know what side this is on, but someone recommended it, and they tend to do pretty good by it. Illuminati, I actually think this is a very interesting thing to talk about. We'll skip around the video, but it's about if pretty is privilege, ugly is a curse. Which I really love. If you don't know Stanhope, who I love.
Woman that could
1 sec, I want to make sure this is actually playing.
sing. It was all over the internet. And
Probably one of the best bits of stand-up he's ever done, I think. I mean, he's done a lot, but we're going to play that in a moment regardless, because it's one of my favorite bits about how we treat looks. This is 30 minutes, and I think it's worth jumping around and watching. How AI data centers eat the world. People don't understand actually how dangerous all of this is. The way that AI is functioning, the way that data centers are operating and being built, it's going to destroy your life in ways that are hard to even talk about. A basic level would be, if you think water and electricity are expensive now, which I think everyone does at this point, you ain't seen shit. The way that data centers are going to fuck your bill up, which sounds weird because you'd be like, oh, wait, how does that work? They're using it. Why don't they pay for what they're using? Well, it's because they pay, but there's only so much electricity. And so you have to pay to get access to that electricity and that water. And as all of it gets drained, they need to get more. You're fucked. We're fucked. You're fucked. We're fucked. So that's in there. I actually want to watch this Ragusa because I think he can redeem himself. It is about actually famine, and famine is a thing people don't want to talk about because it's gross and awful and happening in too many places right now. We, for the last few years, we have produced more food than all the people in the world need for a year. We've done that for the last few years. Logistics means people die. So that's a thing that's worth talking about, what that means. Itsumi, going to sleep. Please, please, please sleep. Enjoy. I have a feeling that this person is a jackass. Just a guess. This is Spirit of Truth Outreach, 1.5k subs. Critical Theory, Origins and Primary Thinkers in the Movement. This should be fun. The top comment is, glad I found this channel. This is great. I am certain it is not. But I might be wrong. You never know. Chinese companies are devouring each other. Chinese capitalism's super fascinating. Like, super fascinating. Super fascinating. You're talking about like fundamentally different ways of viewing the world, East and West. And I'm not doing that in like an Orientalist way. Francois Julien has spent his career talking about the difference in how efficacy works on both sides of the divide. And how capitalism, as it exists now, came out of a very Western mindset about a handful of things about efficiency and how those tie in, but that within China, they actually have a way of thinking, not about a break and a move forward, but instead transformation. It's really interesting. And because of that, there's a lot of weird shit happening in China kind of all the time when it comes to capitalism. And this stuff I find utterly fascinating because one of the videos that is possibly in line, someone would have to donate a good amount of money, is FT Signifier, who put out a lovely video today that I haven't watched, but do I need to, about how apparently black liberals can't stop talking about capitalism and why. I have a feeling I have to spend a lot of time saying, hey, by the way, capitalism doesn't mean buying with things with money. It's the nature of production and commodification and how these things work. This stuff gives me that opportunity to talk about actually what capitalism is, because it's not just business. Mercantilism's been around for a very long time. It wasn't capitalism that had Marco Polo going and getting spice in one place and selling it somewhere else. Capitalism was the East India Company. Very different beast. I didn't get to watch this. This has been a little bit ago. Someone posted this one, but I thought it'd be worthwhile to actually do. A couple of these are a little older. But why indie games are never as interesting as classical games, I never actually watched. I just started talking about this and bitching one night. And then critiquing metamodernism was just tossed in. Metamodernism, and I'm going to actually just read the comment that went with it because it was like, fuck, this is exactly why I need to watch this. Glitzen posted it, said, this type of process philosophy community is really interesting because this, I believe, is what it looks like when there is real desire for the kind of project Deleuze and Guattari were setting up to embark on. But there's a lack of political intuition, or philosophical knowledge, like the pre-Socratic Stoics, Cynics, Epicureans, Nietzsche, Spinoza, Bergson, Simon Don Deleuze, to really execute on it, because they come from totally different Anglophone backgrounds, so they end up struggling with rudimentary conceptual tools and have at this time and often spiraled into reactive spiritualism. I've watched Metamodernism for years. That's hands down the best way to describe what Metamodernism is. And so I think it's worth watching. So we're going to start with the simple, dumb thing. Oh, Snatcher, it's you. Excellent. And nothing against you. We're going to start with the simple, dumb thing and talk about why indie games are never as interesting. If any of those other ones seem interesting to you, throw a few bucks my way and pick it, and we'll jump around, because this is tonight meant to be a little bit more chill stream.
Some say we're in the Atari crash 2.0. But on the other hand, we're seeing an unprecedented success for indie games.
I know I ranted about this before, but unprecedented success for indie games is only kind of true. There are a handful of gigantic winners and a massive amount of people who never make a dollar. I know I talked about my game and publishing. The team is at a Tokyo Game Show trying to find a new publisher. It's not easy.
Establishing themselves as a legitimate competitor to even the biggest companies with games.
That's not what they're doing, though. Like, this is the challenge of talking like this. Oh, they're challenging EA. No, they're not. EA is never going to try to do and never wants to do a Balatro. That's not their jam. It doesn't make enough money. It doesn't push the needle enough. And it doesn't get long-term users in the same way for what the investment is. Indie games is like indie movies. You can't do one. Balatro's successful. That guy was successful, but that's kind of retroactively saying, oh yeah, EA would do things like this. Games are, at best, a shotgun. You have 20 you put out, and if 2 or 3 do well, great. When it's indie, that's still the same general ratio. Maybe it's 1 in 20. I think it's even less. But when it's 1 in 20, that guy does really well. But EA can't just go out and make a Balatro, or else other people would be just going out and making Balatros. So it's kind of a...
It's as simple as the commonly cited example of Balatro. But within that, would even a single person say we're in an actual golden age of gaming comparable to the 90s or even the early to mid-O's?
Yes, I would, actually. I think we're in a significantly wonderful age of gaming in particular ways. It's not the way that we would talk about it back then, which was done by companies because it was a sidelined industry and we were only seeing the things that would actually make it to the cream of the crop. Critical theory video will come next, Yog. Absolutely. Thank you very much for that $10. Did I not have the tip thing in here? That's terrible of me. I am an awful person. There. Tip's now in here. There we go.
So you get this situation with indie games where you'll get even monstrously, acclaimed and selling games like Hollow Knight. And within the praise and the sales and all that, you will see, not uncommonly, a very specific type of criticism about how the game just feels kind of empty or pointless or random or...
Empty for sure. I mean, look, I love Hollow Knight. It's fucking not a full game. There are empty points. There are points that are like, oh great, I'm walking through here again.
Or just not interestingly designed.
But again, I don't mind that, but that's 100% a very fair thing. But again, we're in a... you got Hollow Knight. We got a second fucking Hollow Knight. We've got a whole bunch of indie games. We got Celeste. We've got... Name a fucking... There's games every week that I could justify purchasing. The idea that we're not in some kind of amazing golden age of gaming is silly. It used to be that you'd have to wait 3 months for a solid game to come out, and it's just weird to say that we're not in this amazing time, because it's fucking cool. Steam's amazing right now. Itch is amazing. Go to Itch. There's amazing shit all over the place there.
You might just write this off as someone just not liking the game, but would even a single person, would you ever find even a single person say about a game like Ocarina of Time or Mario 64?
Yes.
No, obviously not.
Yes, you would. See, again, this is that. It's a retroactive rewriting of a narrative. You go have your kids who are like 9 or 10, go play, have some 12-year-old play Zelda Ocarina of Time. And they'll go, this is boring. Because it's fucking boring. It worked brilliantly for the time. But Like, things have moved on. It's different now. And so when things move on, we don't realize we're not judging those things by the new stuff anymore. It's like, come on. Like
even if they were to criticize the gameplay for maybe being too childish or...
Dude, Ocarina of Time has so many areas that it's like watching speedrunners, there are areas that I find tedious. Speedrunners who do like backwards leaps through walls and shit, and even that has points of Ocarina that's like, all right, so they're doing this part now. So yeah, I'd say a lot of people would say it, they just don't know the phrasing of it.
Outdated in some way.
It's got to be easier to learn how to make a good game. No. Define good game. What makes Balatro a good game? We can critically talk about it, sure, but the answer is nothing that he designed. It's an accidental best game. Most of these games are. They're accidentally doing the thing. Balatro's primarily successful because not of the main campaign. The main campaign is actually pretty simple and straightforward, but because he let the fucking lid go off the top of it and you can make insane combos and people are trading seeds, the game never has an end. That's emergent design. Go watch my Simondon video from today, literally about this. Like, the video is basically about what we're talking about here.
Hey, would anyone say that
Remember saying at one point the story mechanics of a game are just story is a vehicle for narrative. So this is one of the tough parts when we talk about video games. When people talk about the story of a game, the story is what they're able to retell. Narrative is the actual mechanical storytelling that is in a game. There is a delineation there, and there's a reason for that. The narrative is the mechanical elements that are actually put in, designed, placed by someone that does thing X or thing Y in particular ways. Mechanics are what make games. Story doesn't make games, just like story doesn't make movies. Hate to break it to you, it's not what makes movies. It's also not what makes books. Story is the useless category of the whole thing.
The Spirit Temple doesn't have a vibe. The Forest Temple doesn't. No, you're never going to see that. In fact,
I would say that absolutely.
To this day, see the precise opposite. You'll see videos that get, sometimes incredible views asking, why was this so interesting? You can cut out any piece of OOT or Mario 64. And obviously not just these games. These are just, some of the most remembered ones.
1 second. What's up, Dexy? You can't find a game to play. Do you have a Switch or your Steam Deck? Bring your Steam Deck in. Or do you need more games? You have games. You have a bunch of games. Do you need me to recommend a game for you? Hey, do you need me to recommend a game for you? I think I'll play the Switch. Good job.
That came from. So why do these stand the test of time?
Videos exist for Hollow Knight as well. What's his point? There's slews of comments talking about, dude, like, and again, things can be cool looking. We can talk about the cool design of them. It doesn't mean they're not empty. This is old man yelling at clouds. I'm old man. I yell at clouds. This is young man yelling at clouds, which is frustrating.
I'm in that regard. While no one's going to cut out.
Wait, is he going through lists of like the best?
These are just, some of the most remembered ones. Plenty where that.
All right. There are multiple spaces in Double I. 007, GoldenEye? Double I? What the fuck, Brooks? It's been a long day. There are levels in GoldenEye that I don't like replaying. That I find I didn't enjoy it the first time, don't enjoy it the second time. Star Fox has that too, by the way. There are levels in Star Fox people don't like playing.
That came from. So
Majora's Mask, generally pretty solid. Donkey Kong 64. Banjo-Kazooie has really boring segments.
Why do these stand?
Harvest Moon? Like, I like Harvest Moon, but the point is that it's tedious. StarCraft 64? Wait, that had to be a mistake. I don't know anyone who's like, my favorite version of StarCraft. I'm glad they finally put it with a controller. Did anyone here? Am I wrong on this? Like, someone said Hollow Knight. Yeah, he's talking about how games, hey, in Hollow Knight, people, bitch about how things are empty. They wouldn't do that with these older games. They did. They literally did, and people still do.
Stand the test of time in that.
Smash Brothers doesn't count. It's a fighting game. And Yoshi's Story has very tedious levels. Snowboard Kid sucks ass. That's not
regard.
This is like Shadow Man sucked. Sorry, Shadow Man sucked. What is happening here?
While
he's just now scrolling Ogre Battle. I didn't care for 64. I'm an Ogre Battle fan though. Mischief Maker sucked. This seems like he's now just going through games.
No one's gonna.
Shadow Man's fine. Like, if you like Shadow Man, that's fine. But I would not say it's one of the greats. Like, Turok Dinosaur Hunter? No. Pokemon Stadium? Definitely not. Pokemon Snap? Cute, but tedious as shit.
That's cut out a piece.
What the fuck is
Hollow Knight after the Golden Age of War pondering. Let's pull up an example for what I mean.
Mouthwashing versus Silent Hill. Just so you know, I don't like either of these games, so this should be fun.
As a art direction example.
I didn't find Silent Hill scary or interesting at the time. And it just never got me. If you did, good for you. I'm not saying you shouldn't. Just didn't get me. Mouthwashing, I find really just crap. Mouthwashing is a game that you slowly have to force through 4 or 5 orifices to make sure someone shits in a toilet. That's one of the puzzles in it.
If we take the recent mouthwashing, this is definitely one of the more interesting games on the market. I mean, just
it really isn't. It really isn't. If you like this, that's fine. But if you're going to say mouthwashing is very interesting, you're wrong. It's a walking simulator, cute side game at best. It's not interesting. It doesn't break new ground in any meaningful way. It tells a story that's okay.
Raw appearance standpoint, from a game feel standpoint. You don't even have to touch the controller to see that. But the thing about it, what is it that makes you look at this game and know, oh, this is indie? What is it that gives it that quality of derivativeness, or, for lack of a more flattering word, an element of cheapness? As opposed to if you were to put it next to our counterexample in this case, Silent Hill 1. Well, the simple cop-out answer in this case would just be quality.
I want to know what indie means. I want to know what indie means. Like, mouthwashing had, like, a lot of people involved with it. A lot of people. Indie to me is like 3 people, 5. You know what? 5. 10 maybe. 90 to 100? Not quite sure. I'm actually, let's check this. I want to see Silent Hill 1 credits. I want to know how many people were actually developers on that game, because that shit is going to make me laugh. That's right. There are fewer people in the credits. There's fewer people who developed Silent Hill than mouthwashing. Oh, shit. Holy shit. 81 professional roles versus mouthwashing's 107 professional roles. So is it indie? Like, again, this is why I hate, this is it. Mark Fisher has this shit where he talks about genres and how there's no such thing as new music. And it's like, yeah, because every time something comes out, you assign it to a genre and you give it that name and you create it. Lo and behold, you've created a space where that's not the case. And shit like this is like, here's what indie games are. I made the point, and people get pissed when I say it, but Star Wars is an independent film. Empire Strikes Back specifically. I'm not joking. It's an independent film. By however you want to say this. It's an independent film. It was made entirely outside of the Hollywood circuit. Entirely. So, there's a term that's fucking meaningless.
Like, oh, it was just better artists on it. And obviously that's true, but that's really only part of the picture. And
Dude.
Our counterexample in this case, Silent Hill 1. Well, the simple cop-out answer in this case would just be quality. Like, oh, it was just better artists on it. And obviously that's true, but that's really only part of the picture. And in fact, I would go
Which one had better artists? His sentences make no sense.
Derivativeness, or for lack of a more flattering word, an element of cheapness. As opposed to if you were to put it next to our counterexample in this case, Silent Hill 1. Well, the simple cop-out answer in this case would just be quality. Like, oh, it was just better artists on it. And obviously
Silent Hill 1 had better artists. I'm not sure I'd agree with that. Like, I literally don't think I've agreed with anything he said yet that he's taking as fact. I think I'm not saying there were good artists on Silent Hill 1, but like the tools they had were less. What they had to work with was less. I'm willing to bet there was a significant, you know what? We can look. Artists, art. Who did the art? Let's see. Okay, cool. Here we go. The monster designers, Naoki Sato, of course, and Masahiro Ito, of course. So there's two people. Motion, story, and demo designer, there's Naoko again, Masashi Tsubiyama, and Takayuki Ando. Character designer, Takeuchi Sato. I'm assuming related to Naoki Sato. So that's 5 people. That's it. 5 artists on all of Silent Hill. 5. Mouthwashing. They don't separate out any of that. That's fucking... We know at least 6 people were on art. Probably more. So, I mean, it's like, it's very unfair to do these things. These poor people. Nepotism? Probably not nepotism. Japanese industry is very, very insular, and so there probably are brothers and all of that. It functions differently there. At least it did in the 90s from here, big time.
That's true, but that's really only part of the picture. And in fact, I would go as far as to say, even at the quality level that the people making mouthwashing are at, they could have made something nearly as design-wise interesting as Silent Hill 1, even at the same art ability they had to work with. The problem comes in when we look at a...
Yeah, Snatcher, I'm with you. Color and animations look better in mouthwashing. The tools, so there's a... So The Abyss. Sorry, I have to pull from my fucking history. I've had conversations with people who made these movies. The Abyss has phenomenal water CG. Why? Well, they needed to figure out how to do that. And what does that mean? Well, they had to design the sim for the water as part of it. Like, these things didn't exist in the 80s and 90s. So, like, Silent Hill here, there was no engine. Like, that's not a thing really that existed. Not in a way we can talk about it. There just wasn't. These were 3D artists using very complex, not user-friendly tools versus someone fucking around in Unity, which is completely wild. Like, Ito was a low-level artist and basically lived in the office for a year. Yeah. But again, Masahiro is phenomenal. And again, I don't like either of these games, but Mouthwashing, I didn't find anything interesting about the story world at all. They didn't do anything interesting, I would say. Like, there's some psychedelic elements and things like that, but there's nothing that's like new. Everything was a little derivative in one way or another. The setup for Silent Hill is wholly original. Like, Silent Hill was in an era when people didn't make games like this. Like, it's hard to describe when this hit. Like, when Resident Evil hit, it was like 3D. Yes, that was the kind of conversation you had. It was like, what? So,
common trend we see a lot. I see it especially a lot with aspiring game devs and learners and all that stuff.
What is this guy's fucking background?
Our video game
PokeTuber, game dev. What? Oh, I'm just gonna hate everything this guy puts out, probably, huh? This is one of those things. I solved Undertale and Deltarune. Yeah, okay, great. How to construct a plot. Yeah, I'm not sure this is going to be... We'll give it a few more minutes.
Which is this kind of phenomenon of your...
Then we'll be going to... This guy for you, Yogi.
Or a pixel artist. Or you're...
Now, watching's fine, but seems like a lot of people who play it decide that you can, like, infer someone's in real life morals based on whether they like the one female... Dude, all I can think is, like, it works for people who haven't seen a lot of good movies. That's all I can think watching it. Like, it's fine.
You're a game artist, or you're just a 3D artist. Are all of these...
Why do you seek the living among the gamers? All indie games are a derivative trash slop. He's going to be different. Oh, God, he's one of those.
These real valid things, yes. But are all these things that can actually just live on their own and not go back to the all-important...
So my Simondone video talks about how we don't really understand how a good thing, an important thing, a useful thing, a technical machine really comes about, because we tend to think about it as being intentionally designed. But the reality is the vast majority of things that we really do use in the world aren't really designed as much as built and then enabled with emergent connections that then create circular causation that pushes back on the system that was made, which then ramifies itself and actually creates positive feedback loops. That this type of thing and understanding emergence is far more powerful. This is one of those designers who thinks that they can lay everything out into a perfect game. That's not how it works. I say that as someone who's launched 30 to 40, 50 games, like, and some that are more than a few AAA games, amongst very talented developers at multiple companies. It doesn't work like this.
Important idea of general artist. No. Obviously not. You have to go from here to here. And it's one of the reasons I'll cringe sometimes when people will get into game dev and whatever. It's almost like a sunk cost where they just spend all their time like essentially learning a bunch of heuristics to produce assets for their game, but they end up having to pay the price later because they're not getting efficient ROI on the time spent actually doing.
If you're going to make a game, think of the smallest thing that it can be and hire someone to do the things you don't know how to do. And it's worth hiring them. Whether that's they get paid when it sells and you figure out that in a contract. It's very easy to do. Hit me up if you're going to do such a thing. I'm happy to help you how that contract can work. I have examples of it you can steal. Hire people who can do the things you can't do. You're not going to learn how to do everything, and you cannot make everything in a game anymore. It doesn't work like that unless you're making something very small.
Art, and then
all right, we're going to check his next thing because we'll hit this one. Everything is narrative.
The more that this is lacking, the more the actual core intent is lacking. Now, what do you know? Not coincidentally, the same thing actually applies to the narrative side. Now, if you're going to think of a story like OOT, I mean, maybe some people with, nostalgia goggles might just say it's an amazing story or whatever. But the thing is if you actually look at it, it's like, obviously it's not too much of a story.
See, we'll see if he does the difference. If he actually gives a shit about this, he's going to do the difference between story and narrative. I bet you he doesn't.
Or is it? That's the thing. In my first devlog, I talked about the main trait of what I'm trying to accomplish with
Your choices actually matter? Oh, fuck. Okay. Emotionally heavy story moments. See, these are... Jesus Christ. For a guy who opened talking about Balatro, not sure narrative's everything, buddy.
Castle, and I came up with the slogan, everything is narrative. And obviously that's...
Yes. I am...
significant to what I'm making because I'm actually promising like a visual novel tier, proper fleshed out story and all that.
He wants to make a movie, not a game. He doesn't want to make a movie either. If he made a movie, he'd be judged against other movies. He'll probably end up making something where you click A or B, so that way he can say it's a game, which will allow everyone to give him that little bit of salt that they can take it with, so that way they can give him kudos for making something that's just not that interesting on its own.
That's not going to be like something like Ocarina of Time or whatever. But is this principle of everything is narrative, is that actually unique to what I'm creating? Well, the answer is actually no. All classic games that were actually interesting and high quality and gave you that feeling like, oh my God, what's up with Peach's Castle? What am I missing in this world? What it feels like.
I wish people who actually made good games would comment. They do. GDC, if you search GDC design lecture, GDC design talk on Google, you will find 200 or 300 lectures that people who make real games talk about this stuff and why it matters. They don't put it on YouTube because, and this is going to sound insulting, but developers don't spend time on YouTube like that. Sometimes they do it for fun. Chet Falasek has a phenomenal account you should follow. And he would know a thing or two, and he talks about narrative in games. He kind of had a hand in a handful of narratives, if you don't know, that probably this guy he, by the way, disagrees, I think, with everything that this guy's saying. But he talks about this stuff. Chet Falasek. One sec. Boop, 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 boop. Chet is awesome. This is Chet. Really lovely guy. Really lovely guy.
If you don't know who this is, you're lucky. Against my better judgment. All right, I was going to wait till tomorrow to do a follow.
So this is Chet. If you've played Portal, Portal 2, Left 4 Dead, Half-Life 2, Team Fortress 2, Chet.
Up on this to give some for the people who actually are being decent about this, some clarity. Well, people on YouTube are so mad. I thought you'd take like a day to get that angry, not a whole 15 minutes. Oh my God, you're probably picking up so many crumbs out of the carpet as you're foaming at the mouth. So yeah, sometimes I make videos for myself. Fuck y'all, I don't really care. Second of all, no, I don't really respect Ross or his position, and so no, I don't want to.
Yeah. Oh, a real game dev who's made things that people really care about, saying, oh my.
Anchor to that. And that's what we're going to talk about right now is anchoring. Because what Ross has done is he has anchored to the idea that his initiatives are the only way to talk about game preservation.
Yep.
And game preservation and keeping them playable after end of life are two separate things, oddly, if you think about it, right?
Only if you know about development.
But he has made it that his is the only
Robin
way.
Walker spoke highly of him. Robin Walker spoke extremely highly, and Robin's cool too.
If you're against that, you hate the number 3, right? You hate games, right? So he is the 1 + 1 = 3. He is saying this is the only way to do this, and because he's anchored to that, and he's anchored to that if I speak out against the initiative and in any ways or talk about any of the details of it, you guys instantly jump to.
If you don't remember all of this dialogue, he took the other side. Hate to break it to you, I side with Chet. So, but again, I think a lot of developers would, because they've actually been in the shoes of that and they actually know, oh, by the way, that's not how this shit works. And it's a problem. But Chet's here. He talks about these things. He talks about actual development and actual things that are going on inside of video games and how to take feedback from people. He also shits on AI people. It's great. And he hates Joe Rogan too, which is awesome. But he talks about designs and where they fucked up on his current game and what they're doing, and they're great. He's wonderful. You can watch him.
It's like every copy's freaking.
I've shown him before. He did a very large bit shitting on AI people, and it was fun to go down the rabbit hole following that guy, because it also was someone who sadly had tried to connect to me on LinkedIn. That was my LinkedIn day, was because of Chet.
Personalized, whatever. That came from this philosophy. That didn't come from anywhere else. So the thing is, the way
you haven't said what it means, buddy. Come on.
Is that the narrative?
You got to tell me.
and the art component are not actually fundamentally different by nature.
Tell
me. Are the product of compression. So what this means is you have normal narrative principles and you have normal art. And then what happens is these two get crunched down. And then from that is derived all the 3D, the pixel shit, whatever you want to call it. The overall game feel and even the gameplay scenarios, which I'll touch on in a sec. The art component, this one's obvious. It's just like, do normal art. Do normal art. This is why I stressed.
So, if he's going to say everything is narrative, I could go down that road, and I didn't think he was going to. It's an old Disney thing. Now, do you know who Disney is? It's a big company who, however you feel about it, Disney has been doing huge shit for a long time. They're very, very, very successful. Disney's done good stuff. And one of their lessons is about experiential storytelling, where everything is narrative. And if that's what he was going down the road of, that's great. That's actually fair, to the point where artists need to understand they're doing storytelling and narrative by how they design a character. Do they put trash bags in a place? Does it have flies on it? What kind of trash is there? People, when they're playing games, and it's one of the things that is, if you play games like The Division, for example, or Assassin's Creed, or open world Witcher, whatever, Cyberpunk, it doesn't matter. Pick an open world game. Everything is placed with intention by somebody to tell part of that story. And you don't notice it, unless it's done poorly, honestly. But what you're doing is you're integrating all of those objects into the narrative. You're doing that. This is what happens as you play. That's the whole way that these things work. You play, you move forward, you do stuff, and you see trash bag this, car here, this, that, what kind of car, how big is it destroyed? All of these things you don't cognize, but they get wrapped into your story. That's fantastic. Not artists at all. How do you separate writing from art or separate writing from narrative? You don't. you don't. Proper development's done where people work across these things and they're not done in separate positions. And again, this is someone who I'd have to see if he's actually developed something in the past or if he's just wanting to develop. And if he is, I wouldn't say not to, but don't talk with authority until you've released a few games. Don't talk with authority until you've actually given talks at GDC about the nature of narrative design and games. I'm hesitant to do talks on narrative design in games, and I worked hand in hand with Clint Hawking, who coined the term ludonarrative dissonance. Like, I've worked with these people. I've talked to them. I've had discussions, months of them, with these people, talking about these things and caring about what makes these things and how narrative operates and emergence and these things. And I'm hesitant to say that I'm an expert on it. This guy's way out over his fucking skis.
Making normal high-res versions for everything that's gone deep. And that's why Super Mario 64, only skillful use of these two things alone, you can actually to understand this, you have to really break down and understand exactly what narrative is. And at its most essential, it turns out that narrative is really movement and mood. And what do I mean by these? So the thing is movement is really just progression. It's change. Mood is exactly what it sounds like. Just look up what mood means in a dictionary. It's a state that you can describe with words. It's a state of feeling that you can cleanly and articulately describe in words. So as long as you have
what the
change
fuck?
And you have
no to all of this. No, I'm going to straight up say no. And if you'd like to talk about this, we can. If you see this, I'm wholly against what you're stating here in every single capacity. That is not what mood is. I don't even understand that idea. But the idea that movement is simply change is... Well, narrative is gameplay. So again, this is if you want to have this discussion, we can. If you've been through Disney Qs, we're actually going to go through this. I don't want to ever watch that video.
I would like to thank our top.
No one wants that, you weirdo. I'm going to go with Avatar Land. I don't care. Just because I had a hand in it, so I get to be braggy. Storytelling and narrative happens for Disney when they're designing rides throughout the process. And every single fucking thing tells a story. Every rock, every piece of wood, because someone's going to have to make it. They don't just drop shit. Someone has to make the thing. So it has to have purpose. It has to have intention behind it for them, how they're setting up. If you haven't seen Avatar Land, by the way, it's the coolest. It's the coolest shit. I think it's the coolest shit. It's fucking crazy to see in person. This looks like Flight of Passage. So good. Inside, you make your way through, and the caves, because the lines are huge there. But as you make your way in, and you actually make your way, they've got stuff in different. This is narrative. This is setting you up to understand where you're at and what you're doing, to put scale in the correct places, to make sure you understand that you're in a place where, oh, this is more for humans. Oh, now we're going into this other place with the bioluminescent and this shit, blah, blah. And then we're going to be going into a laboratory. And the storyline that is told as you make your way through here, this is narrative. This is narrative. This is one of my favorite things. It's ferrofluid that moves around. They have a magnet on the back and it dances. The original version of it actually had it reacting as people moved, and it would like chase them around. It's really fun stuff. It was really fun stuff. So there's the other one, the metal filings one. Really, really cool to sort of have these experiments there. And there's a full-size Navi. And again, the thing that's happening here and how it's set up, and all of it is storytelling. It's all storytelling. And it's because this is for them, for Disney, keeping people in it as they go, looking around, curious about what's happening, seeing something new. They're not apt to be bored. They're happy to stay in the general place. Is this building immersion? Yes, that's the purpose of narrative, is to help build immersion. Narrative is all of this. There's a series of phenomenal books on it. What is it called? Storytelling. I have it behind me, but I don't know exactly where it is. One second. There it is. Design is storytelling. Ellen Lupton's book. Fantastic. All the way through about how narrative proofs work, how we deal with things, how people build stuff. Really solid, really useful. I recommend it generally for people. Design is storytelling. Ellen Lupton. And I'll toss that in here. It's basic theater craft? Yeah, it is. But if you think that doesn't apply and continue to apply when we're talking about video games as people make their way through worlds, it does. Everything's designed out for specific things. It's amazing. It's one of the things when people do it right, it's stunning. It's incredibly important when people do it right. I think Division 2, I think, did a beautiful job of it. I really do. Because again, everything is storytelling. That's not Division. What, are you kidding me? Why would you do that? Just put Zelda in there. Zelda's also satisfying. But so Division 2 has lots of, and it's the team at Massive. They're phenomenal. Windows have unique signs in them. If you can't see it, this one says not infected, please help. Little things everywhere. Lights in different places, signs. Things are in places that are one-offs. They're genuinely unique signs, unique items, unique things. And it's incredible because what it does is it makes it so you don't know what you're seeing around every corner. It makes you think more about the world. This stuff's incredibly important. Incredibly important.
Clear, defined moods, you actually have narrative. And extremely skillful use of these two things.
See, clear, defined moods gives you narrative. That's how you know it's like, if you believe that you have the ability to create a space where any user is going to have exactly the mood you believe you've designed, you're going to fail as a game designer.
Alone, you can actually discard the complexity of an overarching story, and you can actually get something that feels incredibly deep. And that's why Super Mario 64, which just amounts to Mario literally...
I've never met anyone in my life who thinks that there is anything deep in this except for gameplay. I've literally never... I love Mario 64. I've never heard of anyone doing this. Video game setting immersion has degraded. Look at Elder Scrolls between Morrowind and Skyrim. Well, so here's the challenge and the nightmare. Back in the day, you could have an artist pump out a ton of stuff because you couldn't have a lot of polys. You couldn't have a lot of textures. So things had to be clever. They had to be repeated. They had to be used in different ways smartly. But you could build entire worlds with a smaller art team because things didn't have to be as designed. Let's say you have X amount of man months. Is it amount of content or quality of content? These go like that. And when you're working with Morrowind, which to remind you what Morrowind looks like, just because, and I know you already know, but I'm just making sure everyone does. Morrowind gameplay. This is Morrowind. That's Morrowind. Is it peak? Sure. I think it's great. I actually enjoyed Oblivion more. But Morrowind is a very close second, but that's like neither here nor there. This requires very little effort and time from people to pump out things over and over and over. Look at the hand. Look at the sword. Look at the way things are set up. And then again, when we go further, big, giant, empty spaces versus, let's go to Skyrim. Just as a very simple fucking thing. Just jump into any moment. Like already, this map has more detail than the real world did in Morrowind, which is insane. But hey, look, see the sconces? See the rocks and the cracks? See the way that these aren't actually identical? Jesus Christ, the amount of time this fucking took. Every rock, every brick, every normal map. All this stuff takes artists. This guy has more polys in him than most, I would say, sections of the world in Morrowind. Artists have so much time. But with that comes the secondary thing, because artists are able to make fewer things. Morrowind is a massive space. They have more shit, but they have fewer like, I would say fewer high-end quests. Skyrim focuses on a few high-end quests, but they don't have that breadth of play in the same way, because designers don't have shit to work with. So because they are also having to place things. They're also having to design things and work inside of a system that's consistently more and more complex. It's hard to compare them that way. It's tough. Increased graphical fidelity is a diminishing return that isn't even appreciated. It isn't. If you haven't played it, probably the best looking and enjoyable and sounding game I've played. I'm biased because it's my baby. It's Avatar, Frontiers of Pandora. I am actually not sure I've played a game that was as it's not as, the gameplay isn't what I was hoping for the most part. It's fun. It's Far Cry, but, on a 4090, full settings and everything, the sound, which has audio occlusion, which is insane to have reflective, occlusive sound in a thing like this. Being stalked, being able to hear animals and other things behind you as they step on plants because plants react. The graphics of everything, it is absolutely next level. No one cares. Literally no one cares. Did they do one? No. Like it's such a different fucking world. Come on, there it is. The quality is stunning. Everything is procedurally generated, much like how The Division is, but the world is genuinely unspeakably alive. And there's animals and everything is reactive. Plants react to you. Everything reacts to you. It is one of the prettiest things I've played in person. No one gave a shit. It did horribly. Graphics don't matter to people. Gameplay does. I thought it was fun. But it's not great. It's not what people want. And that's, again, graphics are one of those things like people say they want. It looks like real life. It does. I was running it. I was getting 220 frames a second with full settings, and it was unspeakable. It's genuinely beautiful. And again, the audio, because it is occlusive, it reflects off everything in the materials. It's fucking crazy. Like it's just that next level. Yeah, PS5 wasn't even close. The quality on it is insane. So yeah, people don't care though. People just don't care. Why do you think industry execs are so obsessed with graphics when players don't care? Because players do care. Here's the problem. People don't care if the game isn't fun. But if a game's fun and it isn't pretty, they also won't care. I have a crude way that's sexist that I used to talk about it. And I think it still applies. Why do strippers wear lots of makeup? It's the same kind of thing. The goal is to get someone in the champagne room and then do whatever you need to once you're in there. And if you're great, yeah, there you go. It's the same kind of thing. The way that people attract you to a game is by showing it off well. And graphics gets people. The less realistic something looks, the less good something looks, If something looks beautiful and immersive, people will be willing to check it out. If it doesn't have the gameplay to follow it up, it won't sustain and it won't get a huge hit. If you can't do the champagne room, the other side doesn't matter either. Balatro and others, like Vampire Survivors, all of that shit. They don't have to be pretty because the games are stunning and addictive and easy to recommend. So you bypass that. But graphics matter because they matter up front to most players. We did a longitudinal study when I was at Lucas about what people care about with graphics. Core gamers don't give a shit about graphics. Everyone else does. And everyone else is how people make money. Everyone else. So it's like you're talking about like 80% of people who buy games care about graphics. So, and you can do it right. If you haven't played the new Battlefield 6 or seen it, Battlefield 6 is stunningly beautiful. It's not Avatar, but it's amazing on full settings. And it runs like a goddamn dream. It's extremely optimized. It runs like a fucking dream. I was very surprised.
Really just kind of going through some like fever dream shit to rescue Peach.
Did I have the Battlefront games at LucasArts? No. I was at Lucas. I got to see Battlefront 3 and the stress and the nightmares around that. Don't believe everything press says about that one. But I did not get to have a hand in those, no. I made my bones at Lucas with the Lego Star Wars Online, which was a web browser marketing game that ended up becoming like a game for a significant amount of time. Won a Webby. Did very well. That was my big claim to fame.
Why does that feel so good? It's because of these two things. It's the same reason OOT's extremely bare-bones story feels so good. For example, did you notice...
It doesn't explain why Nintendo's so big, graphics aren't up to industry standards. Well, so Nintendo is Nintendo. They literally exist in their own space, and it's because of the IP. Like, that's it. It's because of Mario. It's because of Zelda. It's because of Samus. It's because of these things. If they didn't have those IP, they would not be in the same place. It's an IP thing for them. And their games are great, but the IP means they don't have to care about graphics as long as they're mostly passable or at least look decent for the standards. But they can do an ugly game and no one gives a fuck. They really can. No one cares. They'll buy it.
That every single level up through the first Bowser fight in Mario, that there's a constant rhythm and motif of the summit or the bottom. Literally go back and take a look and see if you notice these things. That's your first hint. Then once you reach Bowser, you'll notice Bowser in the dark. Take a look at the background and tell me what you see. Look at the skybox and notice how you get these big stalagmites.
This person is deeply overthinking this. I don't think, if you asked everyone who'd ever played Mario 64, is it in a cave when you fight Bowser, they'd be confused. This is someone who overthinks everything. Don't do that, buddy. We're done with that. I'm done with that. All right, off we go. Critical theory, origins, and primary thinkers in movement. And again, for those who are looking to toss a couple bucks and see if we can make any worthwhile time out of Race, Nation, and IQ. That's the Doug Stanhope. If pretty is a privilege, ugly is a curse. How AI is just eating the world. About famine, we're watching this. Chinese companies eating each other. Critiquing metamodernism, which I think will probably end up being next. And we can get rid of that. And chat. Good. But back we go. Critical theory.
Hello, everyone, and welcome.
Do you ever watch American Dad? I know I do too much. Dr. Weitzman, who's the CIA lab technician. He kidnaps the Smiths and he's got a voice changer and he's yelling at him, and then he comes out and he takes it off and he starts talking and they go, "Oh," and he goes, "Yeah, sorry about my real voice." That's all I could think just now.
I'm here to Spirit of Truth Church for this talk on critical theory, origins, and primary.
I need to boost him so much. What the fuck is going on? Is it really quiet for you guys? Because it's fucking... It's a thing. Yeah, we'll see.
Primary thinkers in the movement. And it's so nice to have you here tonight. Thank you again for joining us. And we're going to be talking about a number of different things tonight. It's actually going to be kind of interesting. We're going to be talking about a slew of different people.
All right. I just saw his bookshelf. This is going to be awful. This is going to be terrible. This is going to be the worst thing I've watched in a long time. I know this because there are 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11 books immediately that have the word God or Jesus in them.
Who all have contributed ideas that the contemporary critical theory has sort of incorporated. We're going to be talking about some areas
Good,
where
this will be fun.
Agree with each other. And then I'm going to be providing a little bit of my own sort of...
I hope he knows his shit. That would be awesome. It would be awesome if it turned out he knew his shit. Because, they exist, by the way, hardline Christians who understand these thinkers. That is the thing. And they're fascinating. Because, again, the way people take stuff who do understand it, they put a twist on it, and it makes you really just deal with it in nice, interesting ways. No dice? Yeah, I know.
Background in terms of how this stuff works in the academy.
1,000 plaid tones. That's a very good username. Well done.
How people actually think about this, why things like Marxism and critical theory are so seductive to people, why these ideas really latch on, and also about how essentially the
Seductive.
cure they offer is actually worse than the problem they're trying to solve. And I kind
There
of
you go.
We can recognize the problems that we're going to talk about today, but their cure is essentially like drinking nuclear waste. I mean, it's going to destroy you. And that really is fundamentally their cure. And how they've sold people on that as a cure that works, that's an interesting piece of this. So with that, let's go ahead and get right into it in chat. And I do want to just make sure, okay, I don't think got anything right now. Yep, looking good. All right, so let's go ahead and take a look at the first part of what I want to hit on today. Okay, so origins. So in the book Critical Dilemma by Neil Shenby and Pat Sawyer, they start out this section and talk about 3 caveats. And they say that, well, we have to recognize that academic literature might very well differ from what people generally think about when they think of wokeness or woke theory. Okay,
I'm trying to get
they argue that, or I think this was even, I think they argue this, but I would even say this too, that contemporary critical theory is sort of like the New Age movement, right? The New Age movement is not this monolithic thing. There's a lot of different things that go into the New Age movement, and different people believe different things. And so it's not a singular movement, neither is critical theory. We have to understand this, because academia
this is going to be a lot,
is
Yagi.
not where most people are getting their critical theory from. It's actually mainstream media, right? Mainstream media is promoting very much watered down base ideas.
They're not, you weirdo. That's a shame. That's all you have to know.
That maybe were distilled from some academic sources.
You got problems.
But that's how this thing's being promoted. It's people are not reading the top critical theory books. There are some who are, sure. But in terms of this thing getting out into the wider view of society, that's not how it's happening.
You think this shit gets out? I would love if that was the case. Your garbage gets out into the wider view. My shit never even comes close.
Okay. Now, they argue that there's a couple of critical key texts, if you will, on critical social theory.
All right.
They argue that this one is Beyond Critique by Bradley Levinson, Critical Social Theories by Ben Agar, and Critical Social Theory by Craig Calhoun.
These are not books that I would recommend. I really wouldn't.
And essentially what they say is that when we take a look at all of these things, all of this critical theory really is from the Frankfurt School. And
the Frankfurt School. See, I think that's a fun effect. There's a lot of different versions of it. I got to play with it to see what I like most. But
at the Frankfurt School, they were big on critical pedagogy.
I want to call it that. Pedagogy. Pedagogy. Look, it's sad when people don't, because I'm only making fun to like a certain point. I'm not like, I as I've said before, I called Michael Foucault for years, instead Michael Foucault for years. But pedagogy is that's one of my favorite mispronunciations I've had in a long time. Pedagogy. It's pedagogy. But pedagogy is pretty awesome.
Pedagogy, and I'll go ahead and read a quote about that.
That's weird that you corrected yourself there.
They were big on critical pedagogy, or pedagogy.
Have you not read did you not write this? AI wrote this. Shit.
Mute accelerationism and the transgender revolutionary subject, Alexander Avila. Is this video coherent or am I just dumb?
You know what? Why not? Why not? We'll get there.
And I'll go ahead and read a quote about that. Quote,
AI wrote this. He's never actually said these words out loud.
Critical theory forms the foundation for critical pedagogy. The notion of critical pedagogy the concern with transforming oppressive relations of power in a variety of domains that lead to human oppression that we're working with finds its origins in critical theory and evolves as it embraces new critical discourses in new eras.
That's fucking crazy.
So let's go ahead and talk about this. At its heart, Marx, and we can go all the way back to Marx for this. At its heart, Marx essentially looked at the world in predominantly economic terms. And he essentially said, there are those with power, influence, finances, money, wealth, and there are those without. And no doubt about it, during his time, the stark contrast between the haves and have-nots, or the bourgeoisie and the proletariat, if you will, was pretty stark.
It certainly isn't now. It certainly isn't now.
At that point in history. And so he recognized this, and he basically said, this is a problem. Because there's a real suffering that people are going through as a result of, he believed anyway, as a result of these power differentials. Now, I would argue there's a different thing going on here, but we'll talk about that in a moment.
It's the devil.
And he said essentially that the only way to move forward, the only way to free the people, and no, this was always framed in terms of freedom, to free the people, to set them free, to free them from oppression.
You know, the weird part, he's probably younger than I am.
Would be to...
by 10 or 15 years. My bet is he's probably in his early to mid 30s. Weird, right?
Destroy the possibility of there being any difference. It would be to destroy the haves, have-nots. To level the...
Whoa. What the fuck?
The only way to move forward, the only way to free the people, and no, this was always framed in terms of freedom, to free the people, to set them free, to free them from oppression, would be to destroy the possibility of there being any difference.
Well, hey, is there a way you could let me know you never read Marx without saying the words, I've never read Marx? How can I tell he's younger? How he's talking. And also I'm being very judgmental based on visual features. Plus his tie. I think his mom tied his tie. Because a person who's tied their own tie would never tie their tie in that way with that big of a bulge. It looks really stupid. It's his hair. I don't know.
It would be to destroy the haves, have-nots. To level the playing field.
Yeah, it's look, he looks ridiculous. The drip's not working. My dude, just don't.
Okay. So that there was no one who owned the means of production or owned...
And again, this is, how the fuck you come to this.
Owned the property.
No one owned the means of production. For Marx, who said that the worker should own the means of production.
But rather eradicate that.
No.
And then all of a sudden, no one can own property, no one can own wealth, no one can own the means of their own production.
I mean, do people know the words they use? Like, if you don't like Marx, that's fine. You can do whatever you want. You should try, though, because he's wonderful and he's not anti-capital. Everyone paints him as that, and he gets a bad rap because of people who read him and are fucking stupid. But the reality is he saw the necessity of capitalism. He absolutely saw that it was better than what was, but not good. What was horrifying. It's better than horrifying. It's just nightmarish. And he's like, hey, it's a step and here's how it works and this and that. But it was a pretty simple thing. And he was big on like transitions and talking about how capitalism was the next step and we'd find ways to make that work and we would find ways to break that. And over time we'd find communism and we'd slowly build a new economic system and way of managing things. But people don't read it. It's very sad.
And now everybody's so no one can own property, no one can own wealth, no one can own the means of their own production.
That's what he's saying. Marx wanted no one to own the means of their own production. How do you even get to that point? Like, He didn't want the capitalists. He didn't think people should be pulled out of and turned into pure only abstract labor, where all they have is the ability to sell their labor in a sort of weird globalized abstracted way where my labor and someone else's labor is kind of interchangeable. That the reality is that the capitalist who owns the means of production but doesn't produce anything, that what they're doing by sitting on the factory, sitting on land that could be used for very good things, speculating on things, putting money in AI projects and AI systems that are just blowing the fucking asshole of capitalism wide open and just screwing everyone to the point where we have no jobs numbers and we have retarded people in the fucking White House and no one knows what they're doing. He didn't say, well, you know what? They shouldn't have their means to their own production. Marx, of all people, hey, from Russia, bodyguardic. That is even your fucking username is a Russian username.
And now everybody's on an even playing field. Now,
He didn't believe in an even playing field. That's not really the setup, depending on how you mean it. A lot of people don't, like, again, this is going to be a whole thing.
we got to talk about why this is a problem.
Please.
So, in his era, the problem was, most people didn't own property, most people didn't own their businesses.
Wow, such a difference from now. I can see it. Does he think that's different? This was streamed 4 days ago. This is not like if you were in the 90s and you were, a white guy in middle America. I was part, like, people didn't know, like, that if you don't know, like, I get it. Yeah. You know what? You don't see and understand the world. No one is unaware of the horrifying gap in spending ability. And there's no way this guy comes from or has money.
Etc.
Uber drivers own their own means of production. Well, that's the fun part. What is now in hype? So think about this fucked up thing. Okay. If you decide to drive for Uber or delivery driver services, what you're doing more or less is you're actually leveraging or taking out a loan against the future of your car because you're beating the shit out of it. And you're going to cost yourself pretty much almost as much money as you're making because you're going to beat your car into the fucking ground. And you're going to need new tires. You're going to need new X, Y, and Z. Like, cars are not cheap. So what people have begun doing is taking advantage of the cheapest lease terms. So you'll see if you do, keep an eye out on like lease options, because dealerships and car companies have gotten big on this. And people lease cars for like a year. It used to be like 2, 3, 5 year leases, like, which is weird, but that's like, but year, they make them as cheap as they can. And they're kind of shitty cars because the goal is that they get them back and the people just pay the monthly and then it's gone. They drive that car into the goddamn ground. And then that car goes on the used market and gets sold for an inflated price. I know you were being sarcastic. I find that shit fascinating. Like the mathematics and economics of these things and how they're destroying the country bit by bit is amazing. Not in a good way, but I got to find something to entertain myself.
You had factories coming up, you had people working for other people, etc. And so he said, well, the problem is if people can own their own property, if people can own their own means, their own production, then that's naturally going to make the rich richer, the poor poorer.
I mean, this is like learning disability. How do you say that 4 or 5 times? That the problem is that people owned their own means of production, and Marx didn't want them to own their own means of production. That's like, he has said it multiple times. This is someone who just doesn't even try. That's sad. I feel bad now. This is sad. I actually don't know how to handle this. It'd be like if I did a video, I should do a video and send it to him about how Christ was saying that it was important for everyone to become incredibly wealthy so they can use that money to miniaturize themselves to fit through the eye of a needle. That's basically the same mentality as what he's saying. It's like the opposite of the point, and it's so weird, and
it's going to lead to this separation of people into classes. And so he basically said the only way to really get around that is to eradicate private property ownership.
That's true.
To eradicate the ownership of businesses. Not
true.
But he also recognized, well, if we do that, then what do we have? We have...
I mean, this is someone who clearly didn't fucking come close to even picking capital up. That's amazing. This is worse than Jordan Peterson's version of it. This is a magic. Whoever gave this, very nice. This is magic.
We have workers, but we don't actually have anybody who actually kind of runs the thing.
The workers do, stupid. You fucking dumbass. The workers do. Hey, do you know who's management? Workers. Even now, the management tends to be chosen by capital. But if workers actually voted on, hey, actually, amongst all of us, 100 people or whatever, who should be the person who's actually handling the like moment to moment shit and kind of, organizing the whole thing? Having that person selected by the workers rather than by management would go incredibly well. And it actually has shown to go incredibly well because as people are invested in their business, invested in their outcome, and part owner even, things go far better for everyone. That's how it's always happened. Oh, Yog, you're the one who posted this. Nah, there we go. Now I know your username. There you go. Now I know your username. This is magic, man. This is magic.
So what is the natural then point of communism? The government runs the economy.
So here's the thing. Again, in the 80s or 90s where people had to go to the library and get a book, you know what? It's tough. They were ugly books. Like they were academic books. Marx wasn't like Penguin was printing. I think Penguin was printing a version of it. But beyond that, like this shit was not really that big. It was, but now, like, I think this is how we know it's not written by AI, I think would be the thing. Because even AI wouldn't say this.
The government runs the factories. The government runs the businesses. And everyone essentially becomes a worker.
So everyone should be a worker, but this is what you understand that as, I don't think.
Now, you probably recognize a couple of problems with this right off the bat. The problems with this is that the government just becomes a business owner.
Yeah, it's almost like Marx talked about or should have talked about this idea of the state and how capitalism is ultimately not simply business, but it utilizes the state as a self-regulating system and a way of posturing to enable itself to have credibility with people. It has the state to make sure that it's able to continue being business. The state exists, by the way, to make sure private property can be held. If you get rid of private property, you don't have a need for the state anymore. Kind of becomes a thing. So, there's a problem with your understanding of it because you don't understand it.
Who has an army to enforce its whim. So not you don't have a business.
Does he not look out the window? Like, what the fuck? This is an American. God, I hope it's not a Canadian. Is it a Canadian? Might be a Canadian. Spirit of Truth Outreach. Oh, fuck. This is a whole thing. Critical theory introduction. I'm going to enjoy these. He is starting up. He has decided to do critical theory. That's his new jam, isn't it? Oh, that's fucking... That's his live streams. Oh my God, I am going to love this. Oh, this is great. All right. You got me, Yog. This is good.
Owner anymore. Indentured servitude, okay, that's fine. Now you've got an army backing this. And you have the people in government who are called, the greatest workers of the people, but they are the new bourgeoisie.
It's when you don't care, you can say anything. Like, it's one of the fun parts. I mean, like, there's that Bible passage where Jesus Christ did that blow off that hooker's dick. I mean, it was weird, but I mean, yeah. And then he was like, also kill a bunch of Jews. And that's the kill Jews sermon. It wasn't on the Mount, right? It was where he burned the cross on the hill and talked about how blacks and Jews and everything are less than human. That whole section of the Bible was weird, but it's what Christians believe.
And that's essentially what ends up happening. So there's really no...
Oh, yeah. No, the whole M60 where he's like shooting fish and then like the brown children, whatever race they were, Jesus didn't care. And he killed all of them. And then he used their bodies to catch more fish for all of the white Christians. It's a weird section of the Bible.
No way of actually eradicating power structures. If you eradicate a power structure, a vacuum naturally forms. And unfortunately, when you don't have an institution with norms and mores and boundaries and rules and things like that, what's formed in the vacuum is a very, very, very evil thing with no...
So he's a pussy. That's the lesson. He's a big old pussy. It's a big old pussy.
Boundaries and no morals, and it's scary and it's destructive and it's evil.
It's very different than the world we have where there are soldiers in the streets enforcing things and the government is controlling business.
And so this is, again, why people, look and say, oh, that's not real Marxism. It's like, no, like, the Soviet Union or some of these other things, China, communism back in the day under Mao Zedong. And they look at these and they say, oh, that's not really real communism. It's like, no. That is exactly what communism actually is.
That's why I stopped calling myself a communist, because who cares? Like, if there's a thing about communism, it ain't the fucking name. So you go be angry about whatever stupid bullshit you got. Also shave. It's not a good look.
There's no other way of doing it. You're essentially denying reality if you say that the power vacuum isn't going to form and that some...
Oh, I agree with this. Let me steal, man. Okay. The challenge right now, especially with tankies or people on the what I call reactionary left, is that they want a revolution. They want a revolution tomorrow. They want America to be overthrown. But, and I agree with them here, the nature of the production of subjectivity and the way that things are manufactured and how the incentive structures of the world are formed, the pathways through which the impulses of life circulate in our world, those don't change overnight. We need to figure out something new, but because they won't change, ultimately we will fall back into that or worse. I agree with them here. Deleuze and Guattari would agree with them here that power vacuum will continue because until we understand and are able to really devise a new way for us to have incentivized global superstructures that don't utilize this type of exploitation, there is no such thing as a revolution. Not meaningfully. It's just a small, minute change here and there. I'm with him on this one.
Some sort of totalitarian regime isn't going to come out of that. There's no way that that's not going to.
Well, I don't think it's necessarily a totalitarian regime. To be frank, the revolution in America did this. It was a revolution and it overthrew a brutal dictator monarchy. It installed a sort of monarchistic democracy, but it is a change, and it wasn't it was brutal in its own way, but it's not a totalitarian space. I think there's a lot of countries where this has happened in various ways. Many.
To happen. So when looking at communism and looking at Karl Marx's theories...
Daddy girl, come here. What do you got going on? Come here. What do you want? What do you want? You being a butt? Why are you being a butt? She's being a butt. See? Why are you being a butt? You want some love? Come here. Come here. You want some love? Come here. There you go. All right. Up you go. Here you go. Say hi to people. This is Dottie. Oh, your breath smells like shit. She needs toothbrushing. But this is Dottie, little rescue girl. One of the smartest dogs I know. She is bell trained, which I didn't know was a thing. And she is very, very bright. I know, you're a smart little thing. That's my little girl. What do you got, Dottie? Well, you want to show off your pretty ears? Look at them pretty ears. Do you got pretty ears? Do you got pretty ears? Yeah, you got awesome ears. She's got the awesome ears, the folds. Just great. All right, there you go. That's my dots. Named after she's got a single dot in her back. She doesn't have spots. She has one big brown dot on her back. And my mom said we should call her Dottie, named after Pee-wee's girlfriend. So we did.
He did recognize a real point, that people were suffering. I think he misjudged it. I think that the reason why people were suffering was due to sin, not their own, but the sin maybe of those who are leaders and rulers and owners over them, although possibly some of their own sin as well, who knows.
So if they're suffering due to let's just take it. They're suffering due to the sin, not of their own, maybe of their own, but of the leaders. Then shouldn't we not have leaders in that way?
But much like, for example, in Israel in the Bible, who's judged harshest in Israel throughout the prophets? The leaders.
You think they're judged the harshest? You think so? I seem to remember a lot of innocent people being murdered and the leaders being judged, but not murdered.
Leaders are the ones who are said to oppress the poor. The leaders are the ones who are said to mislead the people.
And they kind of don't suffer for it a lot. They're just said to. Everyone else dies.
The leaders are the ones who neglect. Like, the leaders come under some pretty heavy judgment, and
not judgment. What a fight. Again, big pussy energy. Big old big pussy. Like, and not the good kind, like Sopranos. The bad kind, like, well, Sopranos, actually.
I think that just goes in general, that humanity is set up to be a society of institutions. There's no question about it. There's going to be power differential.
Dialectical perspective. Well, see, here's the problem, bodyguardic. You are taking this seriously and care about it. He does not, in any capacity. Say, kid.
Differentials, and the question is, will you use that power ethically and appropriately and for the good of the people, or will you use it selfishly and self-centeredly and for greed? And the problem is humanity tends toward greed and selfishness because of it.
See, you say humanity, but you just were talking about leaders. Weird how you conflate the two. It's almost like, I don't know, you've decided to combine everyone into the way leaders are judged as if it's judging normal everyday people, as if you're not really a thinker at all, but a gigantic pussy.
It's sin. That doesn't happen every single time. We have had good leaders. There have been good leaders throughout history. But in general, there's a tendency toward this type of sin. Marx recognized this, although he didn't attribute it to sin. He attributed it to the fact that there was a power differential. Really, one could argue that the power differential actually allowed for the stuff to happen. I would not.
One could argue, huh, bud?
Call it the cause, though, and I think that's where Marx goes very astray.
I don't know if he calls it the cause, stupid. Big pussy. That's not what he does. See, what Marx does is Marx talks about the nature of the power differential and how within that system there's naturally stresses. I mean, he doesn't put everything on the workers as being brilliant. He at some point starts talking about how they're dummies, lumpen proletariat and all that shit. But it's about the relationship between them. and the stresses and challenges and how the system builds out of these contradictions. It's not really about taking the side of one over the other. I mean, again, you could say Marx actually cares about the capitalist too, because the capitalist is oppressed underneath the system.
At least in the beginning. I think he goes even further astray when he then argues that just destroy all the institutions and essentially, level it all down.
Yeah, it's basically what Trump ran on. So,
you have literally Mao Zedong in the Cultural Revolution doing just that, pulling the professors out and sending them to work in the fields. I mean,
killed all the landlords too. Good job.
Talk about literally destroying institutions. That was part of the Cultural Revolution. And I think when you start to look at it like that, as okay, the answer is clearly worse. The cure is clearly worse than even what was going on before.
Goddamn dog.
You now have to ask yourself, why would people, after all of that, continue to latch on these theories? They've seen that the cause is worse. What's going on?
This is great. This person does not have a functional brain significantly, nor is he engaging with any of these ideas beyond looking at Wikipedia, which is amazing. Doesn't lumpen. I was making a joke, Ironclad, but yes, basically, it's the people who have no ability to have revolutionary. But I don't even buy any of that. A lot of that shit, I think, because of how capitalism has shifted, I don't think most of it applies anymore. I think the class difference and how it works isn't quite along those lines. And I think Marx's own writing, I think, actually makes a very good case that he drew the lines in odd places at different times, depending on what he was writing about. I tend to be one who talks about capitalists not as the wealthy or even the people who have money or that don't have to work or whatever it is, because there's so many ways to cut that. It's people who do not get exploited by the work they do, by their labor. That's to me the line. And the line is more simply put, those whose interests are in line with capital and those whose aren't. And if you're exploited, your interests are not in line with capital.
That's where we get into contemporary critical theory. So
No, Ironclad. I sometimes do very, very dry jokes. I'm sorry about that.
So you have this situation where, as a result of communism, modernism is sort of on the ascent.
Oh, jerk! You were Pentecostal. One of my closer friends in my 20s, his father was a Pentecostal priest, and I feel for you.
Right, it's on the ascent. Then we start to go into the Cold War. We start to go into war fatigue.
Really? Go from Marx to the Cold War? Is that really the... Really? There's 5 years, I think, between Marx and World War II at least.
Then we start to go into the...
Is he Presbyterian? I actually don't know how we would even find out. I can't find anything. I didn't see anything else. Let's see. Dispensational hermeneutics, Feast of Israel, moral argument, biblical manhood and womanhood. It's hard to tell. It's Protestantism in some kind, but it's hard to know. Let me see if I can find anything on him elsewhere. Well, this is probably not for this. This is probably not for this. This is the worst website. This is a website of eye herpes. Jesus Christ. Scrolling slowly. The Christian subculture is utterly fascinating. They do a type of outreach that is very different, in America especially. And I've shown it, and I've shown it to like my Muslims are pretty aggressive when it comes to like conversion and that shit. And even Judaism has a little bit of that edge of like, hey, we're here, but the way that Christian outreach works is so dorky. Like, I've got friends who like, they grew up in other countries. They're like Muslim, a couple friends from Israel, and I always ask, like, the religious people, are they seen as dorks? And it's like they sometimes, but mostly not dorks. They're people who take it too seriously or are zealots. We don't really have zealots. We have dorks. Like, they're dorks. And it's a really fucking weird thing to talk about dorks. Spirit of Truth and Outreach, we're going through all the possibilities. Has been called by God to be a congregation that is not ashamed of the gospel of Jesus Christ. Dorks. I can't. I can't. Where would he be? Spirit of Truth and Outreach. Does he have I see his YouTube. Is this a Facebook page for this guy? Nope. They're just dorks. SOT.truth. Like, dorks, man. Dorks. I find people fascinating. I find this shit fascinating, man. I've never met anyone who was like someone actively converting people to Christianity who wasn't a fucking dork. All of them. They're dorks. Gamers are dorks? No, gamers are nerds or geeks. Dorks is a different thing. Dorks is a very different thing. New Age movement syncretism, theology of the Christian Enneagram types. This might be the guy, right? Spirit of Truth, church community. No, that's not it. I can't find anything for this guy. Is this him? It doesn't look like him. 1 second. I can't tell. It's an old photo.
The Cold War,
I can't tell. Am I nuts? That's him? See, I can't tell. Oh, God, this might be him. I'm finding other things he was. Oh, it's him. Oh, it's him. Oh, shit, it's him. I found the rest of the, the rest of that picture. That's him. That's him. So, I mention it because I can't tell yet. Ponga, I'm getting there. But he does not state campus evangelists and apologists. That doesn't state. It's not stating what he is there. But the picture. Where's the picture? This Dr. Chris Berg, PhD from Liberty University in Apologetics and Theology. Professor of Apologetics and Theology at Ecclesia College. We're going to find out what church that is, Ecclesia College, which I'm sure is just as real a place as Liberty University. About, okay, come on, get me to about. I want to know which branch of the cult you are. Doesn't say. They're trying to stay out of that, I think. It sounds Jesuit-y a little bit. But here's the thing. This picture, which is totally him. He's a guest on a podcast. You want to know the title of the podcast? This is Yoga is a discipline that many have incorporated into their routines, focusing on its physical benefits while overlooking its spiritual risks. As Christians, should we be so quick to push aside the spiritual risks? Is yoga something that can be safely practiced by Christian believers? The answer might surprise you. It won't surprise me. Where's play? Okay, we'll know by the voice, by the way. There's Dr. Weitzman. Sorry.
All right, everybody, happy Monday. We got a great show for you today. This is our last of the series, Spiritual Things, and today we are talking about Christian Yoda. Sorry.
Dorks.
All right, everybody, happy Monday. We got a great show for us today. We finish our series on spiritual things. Today we are talking about Christian... Sorry, I think the looking down...
Our beliefs are best described as Calvinist. People call themselves that still? I have been using that term as a joke.
Down and like saying it wrong and
No. Not only did he force an outtake, he opened with the fake forced outtake.
As I'm saying it, I'm like so confused. All right, everybody.
A second one.
Happy Monday. Welcome to the In Doubt Show. We continue our series on spiritual things, and we're talking about something very important today. We're talking about Christian.
And what they did accomplish, and my research shows this, is they did drop, for the most part, a lot of the Hindu god names, and they tried to associate it with different things and more Christian-sounding things. But the problem is, and this is from the Christian Yoga Association, by the way, they define Christian yoga as, quote, a physical practice of connecting profoundly and intimately to our Creator and living God, Jesus Christ, with our entire being, physically, mentally, emotionally, and spiritually. So Christian yoga, according to the Christian Yoga Association, is not just a stretch technique. It is a way to connect with God.
It's the same shit. I love the caps. I can feel your caps. I grew up in a very religious area. And like if I stayed at a friend's house in elementary school on like the weekend, it meant I was going to church with them on Sunday. And I was not a believer ever. I joined it to try to force myself to. Like I joined Fellowship of Christian Athletes in junior high because there was a girl I wanted to get with who was in it. But I remember my first, was fourth grade was my first, like going with my friends, and what they did, and because his mom was an evangelical. He's not religious anymore. Thank God. But his mom was evangelical. So we went to this weird fucking evangelical church in like a commercial park. It was weird. And what they did is, and apparently they did this whenever someone new came in, they gave everyone gum, bubble gum. But they would give, and I didn't know this, but they would give the new guy a different colored piece. And then they would, it was like a Sunday school thing. And they would, like, with the cool youth pastor, who was a fucking dork. For me in fourth grade, it was an older kid. He was a dork. So just imagine the level of dork. And they'd go, all right, everyone chew. What flavor is yours? And then they get to me and like, my flavor was grape. And she'd go, oh, well, I guess you're just different than the rest of us. How should we treat someone who's different? It was that. And then they'd go, we shouldn't treat them badly at all. Oh, we're going to treat you just the same as everyone else, even though your flavor's great. And I wanted to go, what? What? Okay. I was so confused. I hate this shit.
Is that it hits on a number of levels. First, it hits.
The Righteous Gemstones is good in a painful way. If you've been around that shit or around really religious people or people who think like that, it's like I worked in Silicon Valley. Silicon Valley for the first 3 seasons is almost unwatchable because of how exact. It's not even like a joke most of the time. It's just the thing. And Righteous Gemstones hits that really well.
It's on the level of physicality.
All right, so this guy sucks. We figured it out. Spirit of Truth is his ministry, too. And he's in Durham, North Carolina.
We start to go into war fatigue, Vietnam war fatigue, things like that. And postmodernism really starts to take hold. You have people like Jacques Derrida, post-structuralist philosopher. You've got...
Go right to Derrida? I mean, like, I get it. He's definitely post-structuralist, but it's just a weird leap to make. I wouldn't go right to Derrida from Marx. I mean, you got to mention Foucault, right? Foucault's got to be in there. Who else? We're taking bets, everyone. Who else is in there? My money is Foucault is in the list. Yog, you can't guess. You already know because you already enjoyed this. Well, come on. Give me the names. Who do you think is in it? My money is Foucault. I don't think he's going to go into depth on anyone, but I think Foucault he'll mention. I think he's not going to go in depth on Derrida because, like, I kind of want him to because I want to know how you fuck Derrida up. Because I don't know how you do Derrida right necessarily, but I want to know, like, it's like when people like want to shit on Lacan, and so they start just misstating Lacan, and it's like Lacan you can misstate, but you're misstating it in a way that I don't know how you found that. Sartre, maybe. So I could see Sartre, but we've already passed Sartre. If he's going to Derrida, Sartres are like done.
A number of these guys, again, going against language, but they're all essentially attacking the Bible. Why? Why do they all attack the Bible? They all attack Christianity.
What?
Because Christianity and all of its institutions, family, learning, government, morals, laws, all of it's really rooted in some way in Christianity, and they recognize that to destabilize not just the economy, but to destroy every institution, you have to take down Christianity. This is why people can essentially be pro-Islam and anti-Christianity.
I hate to break it to you. Very few people I know are pro-Islam. We just think Islam deserves exactly as much rights as Christianity does.
I think it doesn't make sense until you realize that Islam doesn't hold the power structure in America. They believe that Christianity does, in a sense.
Really? I wonder what gives us that feeling. It could be the power structure.
Although I think that's highly debatable. They believe Christianity does, so they have to dismantle Christianity, not Islam. Their target is...
Yes. I think it's debatable whether or not Christianity is a power structure in America. But let's talk about whether communism was in China.
Christianity, because that is the current thing that is in power. Honestly, it wouldn't shock me if, say Islam became in power, that they'd be against Islam. It wouldn't shock me at all if they ended up going there.
I'm against Islam too. I think it's like people worship whatever you want, believe what you want. That's fine. I don't really care for the Islamic states either. Definitely don't care for the Jewish state. So yeah, all across the board. Also, not a big fan of the atheist states either.
And so they argue for two central themes then that are kind of garnered from Marx and from others. They argue that, quote, critical social theory as a whole and all specific critical social theories attempt to understand how power operates within societies to shape, produce, and reproduce social inequalities and inequities.
See, that's taking the end point and presuming that's the thing they're wanting to do. The critical theory is criticism of the world, critiquing the world. It's just great. These are the people that turn me from a perfect Christian boy to an aggressive anti-theist. This is you want to know why people are Reddit atheists? People like this. This guy, he breeds Reddit atheists because he's a giant pussy.
And 2, they require a commitment to action, that the theory is there to affect social transformation. So you have to understand.
We're going to do this whole video, just letting you know. So I'm renaming the stream. We're going to do the rest of this. Enjoying the failure of that spirit of truth outreach as a person. And I pinged them. So we'll see if they're still awake.
With critical social theory, it tells you a couple things. First,
they have 1.5K subs. He just got an email. Right? He just got a notification on his YouTube app.
First, it tells you that the institutions in society are the problem. They are producing inequalities, they're producing inequities. And
No. No. So, it's not that the institutions are producing these things. That's a fundamental misreading of everyone. Instead, it's that the nature of how these institutions and people work together create the institutions, that the suprastructure or the machine of it all comes at once. Now, what produces that setup? What puts a man in a position to demand their own repression, like he's been doing this entire time? It's not the institutions doing it. The institutions are within the same superstructure. How do they come about? This is the difference. That's why what you're talking about is nonsense, and there are no books written on it except books making fun of critical theory. Who's never read through critical theory? If you'd like, I'd love to discuss, because I actually have a very, I think, glowing view of the Bible. I've talked on this server quite a few times, talked on the stream. I think there's some amazing lessons to be taken from Christ and the stories that are told. I think Christians get them wrong because they don't really read the Bible, which I think you'd agree with. You went to Liberty University. That's one of their first things, is making fun of all the believers who don't study the Bible or all that. So we could have a discussion. They're dumb.
And so they have to be dismantled. But then it also says, but you have a
That's not, I can tell you that's not the case.
job in that too. You have to be an activist. This is why activism is so common in social theory issues or critical theory issues, because that's part of the theory is effect social transformation.
What the let's say that it is. It's also built into your silly little group of people. Evangelism. That's the point. People try to make the world a better place if they believe they understand how the world can be a better place. You do that by getting people to not touch themselves unless, I don't know, you get to watch. But the rest of us do that because we see people suffering and we want them to not be suffering. So we try to make the world a better place. I think everyone generally is doing that. Trumpers are trying to make the world a better place. They're doing it through mentally stunted ways of viewing the world, but they're doing it from a position like that. Their drive is to alleviate suffering, but also out of fear to alleviate it. So it's kind of a fucked up situation.
Okay. So that's why you see a lot of this activism. That's why you see people going out and doing things that seem very crazy at times, because they've been told this is what you have to do to see the change you want.
You're free to show me a single piece of critical theory that says that. Most people who write critical theory are big old fucking pussies too. They don't go out. They don't want to. They don't actually go protest. Most of them don't. Guattari did. He was deeply head first activist. Deleuze, the opposite. Like, Derrida wasn't on the front of a picket line. Like, it's such a weird way to talk about it.
Now, taking a look at some more scholars, we talked a little about Karl Marx. Again, he essentially said that history is a series of struggles between opposing social groups, and
that's true.
Specifically, those who control the means of production, right?
It's between the people who control means of production, or about who controls the means of production. The capitalists control the means of production because they own the factories and they utilize the labor of people who no longer own it. The difference between being a factory worker who ends up putting out a table or a craftsman who owns all the tools and puts it out of his garage. If you do it out of your garage, you own the means of production. People in capitalism has people that own the means of production all the time. The commodification of things is grown out of that. It's almost like that's not really what capitalism is or what Marx is talking about. So it's kind of makes it difficult in general.
So you view it very economic.
More I read, the more Paglia. I don't know. I could see it. I could see Camille get in there. Yeah. He probably wishes Camille would get in there with a strap on and just liberate him all night.
Very business oriented. And he argued that history and technology are going to evolve so that essentially what's going to happen is the workers are going to take control. And when the workers take control, what that really means is the government takes control. No. So he divided people into, again, the bourgeoisie.
Literally, Marx talks about the abolition of the state as part of communism, and that the state is in control of the factories. If you don't think the state's in control of factories, look at how Trump is handling tariffs and capital these days, and how, like, what the fuck are you talking about, dude?
In the proletariat, owners and workers.
Because you don't care about these things.
Here's the difference between Marx and modern critical theories. In modern critical theories, it's not just the bourgeoisie and proletariat. It's not just the rich and the poor, the workers and the owners. It's everything. It's
everything.
It's based on lines of race. It's based on lines of religion. It's based on lines of gender. It's based on lines of sexuality. In other words, it's ballooned out so that there's an oppressor-oppressee in literally every possible sector of life.
Yes, that's fair. Now, again, he's too stupid to understand why that's actually true, because it's not that everyone is constantly always only oppressed. People are also oppressors, and they do this within themselves. They're in the milieu of oppression. They're in that space where they're dealing with things and even repressing and dealing with things themselves. His entire stance is that of self-surveillance, ensuring you don't sin, ensuring you do the right thing. God is watching, blah, 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 all that shit. It's the oppression is coming from inside the house. And again, it's not that it totalizes people either. This is where identity politics is, again, basically a reactionary right-wing phenomenon as a thing. No one is black, just like I'm not white. I have white skin. I have a position in society, but to be white, to claim that for myself, fuck that. I don't even, like, that's stupid. It's like saying, oh, yes, all the Brookses get together and we're just that. It's the No Homers Club. Shit like that. It's that kind of mentality. Yes, only people with blue eyes are allowed into our group. Hello, how are you? It's like, are you a blue-eyed? No, but we've decided race is the thing that we can talk about like that. So we do that with that. We do it with sex, with men versus women, all of this shit. But no one is those things. There's no such thing as a person who's actually just a man. The most manly man has femininity. Hate to break it to you. Like Hulk Hogan, who is classically a sign of masculinity, is one of the most outright feminine homosexuals that you'd ever see. If you ever watch him, it's like he is straight up and always was like doing all of the things that you'd see guys do walking down fucking Hollywood Boulevard. Come on.
In literally every sector of life. And this is going to get into intersectionality, which we'll talk about later. I just want to see if anybody's sitting in the chat. Hi, by the way. Hope everybody's doing well tonight. Okay, so you've got Marx. And he basically argued that the base has
One second, I want to see his chat.
to be overthrown to change the superstructure. That's also kind of interesting. He wanted the total leveling of things. Critical theory is interesting, though, because they recognize
There's nothing in
superstructure
chat.
influences the base and vice versa. So their goal is actually to infiltrate and dominate the ideologies in the institutions, not to just straight level all of them.
No, that's just not it. That's wild.
Although they're going to argue for leveling things like family, they're going to argue for leveling things like Christianity.
It's not leveling things like family or Christianity. It's understanding their place and how they form. The idea that father, mother, child, or family, as we talk about it, by creating that organization within a person, that you understand everything through mom or through dad or through their relationship. That claim, which isn't true, by the way, it's not a thing. You have people who care about you, the people around you, your family. It's not about getting rid of those people. It's about understanding that those people aren't the end all be all. In fact, they exist as almost a screen or a sluice through which the thrusts and the impulses of the rest of the world come through. A child who sees the father panic over money one week, or the mother fight with the father because the father is not voting a certain way, or that the mom has to start working and she hates her job, or the dad loves his job but hates his family. These things aren't like just mom, dad, and child. This is society as a thing, and society bearing down its weight on those people and ultimately on the child as he sees the world. Family exists within the social milieu, has to. And critical theory wants us to understand that it's not family that determines us. They matter. We take care of those that we're around. I love my kids. I love my wife. I care about them extraordinarily. But having them learn about how to deal with the world, or being a man because of how dad acts or how mom acts, and how my wife can't become the semi-masculine or become like the breadwinner once or twice, or do things that are on that side, or I can't cook or do things that are on the feminine side. I can't do my nails like I do with my daughter, and I can't do my hair. I can't brush hair. Like these things, this is stupid to care about these things. It's very stupid. And that's what Christianity is about, because what they want is replication of identical people. They want to make sure that that's the case. He's dying for other people to be exactly as repressed as he is, because then he can make sure that he's able to trade all of his feet pics under the covers and no one's going to be upset with him. If he sends them to the wrong person who doesn't have the same shame, his whole life is ruined. Why don't I like the word ideology? I don't believe in ideology. I used to be a big fan of the idea of it. But I spent too much time with a handful of writers who just break it apart. Ideology as a thing hinges pretty simply on this idea that there is a truth that we are obscured from seeing. But I'm smart enough to be able to see it. And I think that's one of the most arrogant things you can say to another person. I think it's gross.
Things like that they don't think they can actually change or reform. But in terms of academia, oh no, they just rather own the whole thing. In terms of government, they'd rather own the whole.
See, they'd rather own it by accident. Trust me. Marxist historians are the ones who are in control because it's better. Like Marxism at a light level, not extreme Marxism, but like Marx has a thing, materialist analysis in all of the soft sciences and also the hard sciences, by the way, wins out because it's better. Like, what's your version? What do you got? Well, let's study this tribe by praying about it and seeing what God shows us. It doesn't work as well, does it, buddy?
The whole thing. In terms of business, they'd rather own them all, right? So, but again, this also leads into the riots where people are going and destroying businesses. It's a give and take. There's kind of the both and in some of these theories.
It's weird he would bring up sports riots like that. Like, yeah, sports riots, they get excited with the Broncos, they get excited with the Pats or the Jets, the Eagles, and they burn their city down. But it's like, I'm not sure that's related. It's a very strange thing for him to bring up.
All right, let's talk now a little bit about Antonio Gramsci. He was an Italian neo-Marxist.
Hey, if you're going to bring up Gramsci after Derrida, I know what you're doing, and it's bad. It's very strange.
And he essentially kind of looked at the situation by these are all influential people in the critical theory movement.
I don't know. I think Gramsci's. Look, I like some of Gramsci's work. I don't think he's as influential as people think. I think he's influential for anyone who's getting into communism. They tend to find their way. Tankies talk about Gramsci a lot. And he has some interesting ideas, but I don't think he's like deeply formative. He's not a Nietzsche. He's not a fucking Marx. I don't know.
Ideas, places where ideas came from. And he argued, or his question was, why are there so few communist revolutions? Well, there's a lot of good reasons for that, but he said that the reason is that the, quote, ruling class's values, norms, and ideologies had suffused culture and were then used to justify the economic, political, and social dominance of the bourgeoisie. So, he argued that there was a thing called a hegemony, which was an unquestioned dominance of conformist ideas that reproduced the given society.
Which you're demonstrating to us, actually. So.
He said these.
He's very influential. So that's probably fair. But I'm talking about, like, he's talking about critical theory and philosophy, and it's like, if you asked me and I was a propagandist for the right wing in Christianity and you asked me to do a piece on this, I wouldn't pick Gramsci. I'd pick Hohenheim, and I'd use the screwball asses as proof that all these people are perverts. Like, that's what you do. If you want to do this, this is really bad propaganda.
These included family, private property, and social hierarchy. In other words, the very things that we would say are institutions.
Wait, what?
An unquestioned dominance of conformist ideas that reproduce the given society.
Yeah.
He said these included family, private property, and social hierarchy. In other words, the very things that we would say are institutions. He argues, and this is where you're going to get this from, the whole woke part of this. Excuse me. He would argue that essentially...
You threw up a little when you said it, didn't you? I mean, I don't blame you. I'd throw up too if I would use woke like that.
The very things that we would say are institutions. He argues, and this is where you're going to get this from, the whole woke part of this. Excuse me. He
can't even fucking handle it. He's got to vomit when he says it because it's that painful to him at this point. Imagine that you've done this and you've turned this word into that, and you vomit every time you even try to talk about it. Just
would argue that essentially people were unaware that these institutions were holding them down. They were unaware these institutions were oppressing them. They are unaware that these ideas are oppressing them, these morals are oppressing them. And so his goal partly was to awaken people.
This is where I disagree with Gramsci. I think this guy's completely aware that these things are oppressing him. I mean that. I think most people are.
To the reality that these were the things that were holding you back.
Ooh, they should have chosen Said. See, here's the thing. If you're going to take down critical theory, you can do it. You can find some really offensive pieces written by people that's like way out over the fucking edge, and you can reinterpret them. Like, imagine libidinal economy read with bad faith intentions. Like Michael Burns. You suck.
Cast off your chains in terms of all of these things that actually we would argue traditionally hold civilization together. Okay, you then have Paulo Freire.
What inspired me to make this channel and go about debunking bad philosophy? Accident. The YouTube channel exists because the Discord exists because the first day of the quarantine, when everyone stayed home, someone mentioned that it might be a good idea to do a reading of Anti-Oedipus while everyone's waiting. And I was like, oh shit, I was one of the first people who signed up for Discord. I know a few of the founders. I was like, oh, I set up a thing for my brother on it. I'd been building Discord servers for people, and I volunteered, started doing that. We recorded it. I started uploading it to Spotify and Apple and podcasts. And a few people said, hey, I want it on YouTube. I listened to stuff on YouTube. So I put it on YouTube. And then I started streaming the readings live. And then I think if I went back, like the actual first live stream, actually, this is, you know what? Let's dig in time. Who likes to dig in time? I like digging in time. Oop, 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 oop. That's the first live stream. Anti-Oedipus, streaming those. We did our 1 year of Solar Anus is the first year of the server, retrospective on it, which is probably terrible sounding.
And put out as like a track. That would be amazing.
Good Lord.
I can keep up songs, and then we realized that we had like 6 hours of music.
If you can tell, I had an aesthetic I've stuck with.
But
look at, I had a cute little Guattari like thing along the bottom. But I just had a whole bunch of people. 72 people viewed that. Jesus. And then let's see, Logic of Sense. These are all like live streams. It was just the readings. And then I did a soldering stream. Well, that's the first actual live stream I did. Because I was soldering and I didn't know what else to do. And a handful of people were like, oh, just fucking hang out. And so I was like, oh, cool. Okay, cool. We can do that. I can do that. And then we did a discussion on art, Elderon and I. And then I did another soldering. We did a Doom and another sophistry. And then he did his DNR, and we kept doing those streams. And then I did the first one was the VP debate. And from there, it was like, I just started streaming 11 months ago. Fuck, really? Has it almost been a year? When did this happen?
Eliminate
October 1st. So that's like the first real live stream I ever did. Like React shit. That's crazy. Man, that's fucking crazy. But here's the first. Okay. There we go. Why is my browser so quiet? Not unrecently went through the process of I did not know what I was doing at the time, if you can't tell. To get some packaging done. I was debating on seeing. Oh, why did that get dropped? That's fucking crazy. It's a very long story, actually. There. But as you go through it and you start talking to people, you're like, oh, there's ways to do packaging here. Cool. I'm going to get packaging done in. It's just me rambling mostly and soldering. I haven't been able to solder since I moved, and this didn't turn out, sadly. I have to go back through and desolder and fix it. Yeah, it's a weird thing. It's fucking weird to go back and look at.
Scholar, he worked in the realm of education and critical pedagogy. These things that actually we would argue traditionally hold civilization together. Okay, you then have Paulo Freire.
I don't know who that is. Oh, it's a Pedagogy of the Oppressed guy. I mean, I've read it, but this is not. What? I'm so fascinated.
A Brazilian scholar, he worked in the realm of education and critical pedagogy, and he challenged the banking method of education. So what's the banking method of education? It's the idea that
I know I have a plugin for volume somewhere. There has to be. Volume Master. Pin it. Because this is quiet as shit for me.
You go to a school, there's an authority who deposits knowledge into you, you imbibe that knowledge, you memorize it, and you pass that on. In other words, education is primarily a deposit of knowledge. And so what he wanted to do is elevate, quote, marginalized knowledges and alternative ways of knowing. He argued, quote, for the pursuit of educational practices beyond white Anglo-Saxon, middle-class, and heterosexual educational norms. Quote, elevating subjugated knowledges of women, minority groups, and indigenous groups. And so here...
I mean, this is the worst way you could read this. Pedagogy of the Oppressed which I didn't even know the author's name, so it's been a while, is just about how teachers, and he sort of got the beginning there right. That's why I was like really weird as a left turn. When you're teaching someone, the way you can do it is by 2 + 2 is 4. Or you can give them a problem and then work with them to solve it. So instead of being transmissive, it's cooperative. If you didn't know, this has not only been shown to be absolutely far more effective in an extraordinary number of circumstances, but it works best for kids too. Like the idea that this is just so stupid.
Here again, you're going to see with him links to Black liberation theology and Latin American liberation.
Studying education is why I got into this primary model of education. It's I'm a big Bell Hooks fan. We have a handful of people who like are. I think we have 2 people right now in the QC who've been there for a long time who are getting a doctorate in education and philosophy. We have people who literally that's their jam, is like the pedagogy of with the philosophy of pedagogy. There was some other term for it. I don't remember. But I find that shit fascinating. And it's really cool to have them around. Annoy people in the server. You'll find them. How do you feel about people that believe in Zen method of letting students figure out things until and the teacher helps? Feels super bullshit and cherry picks good students. So I've taught classes, and if done right, I believe that method is the best. But it has to be done by a teacher who's aware of how to nudge someone. Because the challenge you have is that a lot of kids, their parents don't read to them. Most kids, their parents don't sit and read. They watch TV, they get on screens. And so if you have kids, like I was a kid in class who could read from very early. My son has been able to read since he was 4. My daughter's starting to read at like 3.5. We read to him every night, multiple books. Dexter, at the end of the night, goes to his room to read. Like we're a weird situation. That kid, Dexter goes into class and the teacher's like, oh, we're going to figure this out. It does give Dexter room unless the teacher is aware of how to, 1, challenge Dexter so that way he does fuck up, because it's not hard to do that with kids. Push them to their breaking point, but also recognize as you go the way that the other kids, where they're struggling, because struggle's good, and helping them without knowing that you've helped them is a great way to do it. Rancier's Ignorant Schoolmaster, of the story of Jacques Cousteau, I think is one of the better ways. If there is like a parable about it, I really do think there's an interesting conversation to be had around all of that. Absolutely. That's it. Philosophy of pedagogy. Good. It's I get corrected on the names of some of these things sometimes, and it's like, academics are weird about that shit. Sorry, 2 seconds. Worst I've seen some people saying bad students drag the good ones down. A lot of people say that. But you also have, and it's what happened to me when it's one of the reasons I had a miserable time in school, is teachers will often take the kids who can read and then they will put you with the kids who can't and let you teach them. And you shouldn't be doing that. You're a child. You're a fucking child. You're a child. It's really just awful. But yeah, it's if you haven't read Ignorant Schoolmaster, highly, highly recommended. Like super, super crazy recommended. The idea that all knowledge, all intelligence is the same. I can teach things I don't know. People can teach things they don't know. You can learn, like, the idea of it is so huge. The Ignorant Schoolmaster, Jacques Rancier's work, The Ignorant Schoolmaster. He tells the story of this guy, Jacques Cousteau, who I'm fuzzy generally on the story because it's not even the most important part, but he ended up teaching in like the countryside of France to a school where like I think they were Flemish and he was French, and or it was what was it exactly? God damn, it's been a while. It's been a while, but basically Jacques was teaching kids, I say kids. I think they were older children. I think they were teens. French literature, but they didn't speak French. They were Flemish, and he found out that he could do that. Like he could do that. And the story of Jacques and this accidental discovery that you can teach things by comparing things without the teacher actually giving you explanation is a pretty much amazing emancipatory way to deal with it. Correct. That's the one, Pashy. It's perfect. Find it weird to believe there's a best teaching method. Again, it's going to be deeply conditioned on the child and the teacher and all that stuff, but it's a different thing. If you're a good teacher, you can teach anything. Well, this comes down to, and it's why I think it's really interesting when you talk about like universal teaching, the way that Rancière talks about it and that Jacques Developed is about intellectual emancipation. That's the entire thing. The way we work is we create through teachers and students and parents and children and academia, we create a dependency that just can never go away. Someone else needs to be there to bridge the gap between ignorance and knowledge. How do I, as Brooks, cross that Rubicon myself? I can't. I need someone else to explain things to me. People come into the QC all the time hoping I'm going to do that to them. And I try not to. I try not to be that person. It's difficult because it's what people demand, and it's also how people understand it, but it's not as necessary because the reality is you, and I mean this when I say this, like whoever the fuck you are listening to this, if you yourself exist and you're not a robot listening to this right now, you actually have an intellectual capacity that is capable of learning all of this stuff. Period. That's it. You already have it. You exist in this way and you can learn these things. Other people help you make that journey. And that's, I think, where we talk about what it means to do emancipatory teaching versus anything else. Like, you're amazing and you can learn all this shit. I'm someone who's come before you and I know more than you do. It's a fair thing. Rancière and Jacques aren't like against that. I know more because I've done more things and you probably know more about other shit than I do. And if you're very young, a couple of us probably know a lot more than you do in a lot of things. But that differential isn't really us being more intelligent. We just have been around. I've just been around for 45 years and I've read a bunch of books and done a bunch of weird shit with my life. How do I pass that on to you? I could tell you what you should do and what it means, or I can be there to support as you stumble around and do the thing. And in my experience, you stumbling around not only increases your own personal confidence and understanding, but it makes you actually grasp the work significantly better. Significantly better. Principle of good education are real, but practical education in the context of emergent technology. I think within capitalism, it's always going to be suboptimal because education as a thing, since it can't be driven purely by profit, it's not possible to have that. It will end up necessarily becoming suboptimal. So we've got to do other things. Why do I have to make you feel hopeful? Because you should be. Life is an amazing, wonderful thing. And we're in a weird time, and it's difficult because we live in a time when not only is it the first time in history where the world moves faster than our brains do. It's one of the great quotes from Kurt Vonnegut. Man complained for centuries that the world was too slow. Now it's too fast for the first time. And because of that, you have more information than anything. And that information, you've been taught to make yourself impotent. And you shouldn't. Because you're capable. You're quite capable. I don't care who you are. There are children with Down syndrome who are absolutely capable of having real conversations. I grew up in a time when people didn't think that of Down syndrome kids. That exists. Did you know Down syndrome kids could be assholes too? Turns out they're actually people. I know, fucking weird, right? But when you actually give people the room to do things and you don't presume the direction they're going in and you let them find their way and you support them as they do that. That's it. Unless you're like this guy who's a big pussy.
Theology. Stuff like this, like these very revolutionary theologies that try to stir and foment revolution. And what's interesting about this is, again, truth is not a matter of concern here. It's the idea of all of these beliefs that are fringe. And they're fringe precisely because the majority has basically said these are destructive, right?
Yes, the normative position is that things are just fine. Keep it up.
For the most part. And so he wants to elevate these things and get these things back in society where, as we've seen today, they are indeed very destructive. And again, there's a connection between him and James Cone, who met at the World Council of Churches in 1973. Again, connection to Black liberation theology there. You then have Pierre Bourdieu.
Oh no, dude, don't Bourdieu. You know what? I think Bourdieu would be a mistake to bring up because he doesn't really do anything that's super, super radical. His work is just exceptional, on its own. That's just my thoughts.
And he was concerned with the ways people acquire and maintain power in society. And he believed in cultural capital. And I'll say this is an interesting piece. He essentially argued that, as weird as it is, there's kind of a symbolic credit, he said, that you acquire it. It really is just social, though. And it basically signifies where you are in social standing in your social field.
That's kind of a way to talk about it. I'd be very hesitant to say that's the thing he gave us. Living Currency is a real book that you could read too.
And he argued that all of society is essentially these fields, okay? And he argues that the most people who have the most cultural capital hold the power, and those no cultural capital receive no such standing, are essentially marginalized and ultimately disenfranchised until they begin to learn and apply the rules of the game of the particular field in question.
And it's one of the reasons that, again, the way that he talks about it and works, Bourdieu's working of it is really incredible. Bourdieu's awesome.
And he said this essentially explains even bullying in schools, kids bullying each other, to ostracism. I would argue cancel culture could be explained through.
It would be. Bourdieu is someone who, his writing is so fucking good that it would bring people over. Bourdieu's someone to watch how they work. Very good shit.
And he argued that, quote, the goal was to change, quote, the ways of world making, the vision of the world, and the practical operations by which groups are produced and reproduced. So he's actually onto an interesting point here, which is this idea of...
I want him to tear Bourdieu apart. I'm curious how he's going to do it, because he has not stated terrible shit here.
Of cultural capital. And this is essentially why the church has been so reticent.
And it's... So this is going to be fascinating, because he's got to go with Bourdieu here. So for Bourdieu, okay, capital, because it is disconnected from labor and disconnected from the sort of lived experiences of people, right? They're pouring trillions of dollars, $1 trillion+ into AI, and there's nothing there. It's going to do nothing for anyone. It's not even going to make them money. It's shit. Now, why? Well, that's how capital works. Capital is not spent in ways that people need or want. It's spent in ways that the people who control things are able to sort of utilize and play with, I think would be the way you'd talk about it. So when it comes to why politicians do what they do or why the world cares what they do, social capital does the same thing. It's spent by those who have it, but it's not spent with the things people are concerned about. But Trump, for example, isn't spending it on actually doing the things that people really wanted done. He's actually working quite against it because that's how capitalism functions. The capital is always outside of that. It's always outside of that.
Throughout history, and I'm talking about history, to allow.
Oh, I just saw it, John. Oh, fucks. Sent you said it first. I'll give you, because that made me look twice, and then John said it, and Jesus. With this bookshelf, there is only one set of footprints in the sand, because that's when Jesus was carrying these books, apparently. Those are that one right behind his head is literally bending inwards and going to collapse. The one right behind his head is really bad. The one on the left is pretty terrible too, but I don't understand. This is a fascinatingly weird set of bookshelves. Do they not have IKEA in North Carolina? Like, these are cheap shelves. I got Calix's. They're cheap as fuck and they're fantastic. I highly recommend them, but Jesus Christ. Hey, what degrees do I have, sir? None. So don't listen to me. I'm not worthwhile.
Allow heresies to just coexist, right? You're going to find that churches will exile people that they believe.
I graduated high school only because they didn't want me to come back. That's a true story. In exchange for not returning to my school, because of all the death threats against me, not by me, they let me graduate, and I wouldn't have otherwise.
Believe in heresy, they're going to sometimes execute people that are.
And then I went to community college for 3 weeks. I got really upset with the teacher. Went the next day, couldn't find parking, and never went back.
Heretics. You're going to see this a lot in the church, and you're going to see this just in general in societies and in cultures and dictatorships and in monarchies and things like that, where essentially the fringe is ostracized. They're pushed out. They're ostracized. Now, here's the interesting thing. We're in a situation where, in some sense, it makes...
Who is this guy? This guy is a Calvinist preacher who's just got the fucking best goddamn takes on critical theory yet. Enjoy, not so Oedipus.
Sense to ostracize bad ideas. And I'll say it like this, because a bad idea that's...
I don't get an online degree. It should be walk in the park. I don't want to do 4 years of shit that, like, I have trouble enough, like, doing the boring shit. I can't at this point. And degrees aren't really useful unless I want to do certain things. I was so frustrated. I actually started looking into it, and it's like 4 years, and it's not cheap, and it's a lot of work, actually. After I left industry and I had time off, I was like, you know what? I've done all this shit. I was a name in the world of virtual reality and development and speaking on it and all of it. Hey, I want to teach. I think it'd be really fun to work with kids and people who are getting into that world, teach them how to make things, do things, work things better. I'm an expert. I went through a couple colleges and had great conversations, and one of them went really far, and then they went, so that's fantastic. So where did you go to school? I was like, oh, I didn't. They're like, oh, you don't have a degree? Yeah, we can't hire you. That's it. It's the end of it. So
spreads and gets a hold of
honorary degree doesn't count.
Things can actually really damage a society. Makes sense. On the other sense, it's like, well, what if...
boring stuff like most colleges, if I want to get a degree in X, Y, and Z, like I pick a thing. I have to go through and do their history courses. I have to go through and do their writing, their mathematics, their statistics. I don't think I can mentally handle that. Can you publish philosophy papers without a degree? Can. Will have.
What if I were ostracized? I wouldn't want that. What if the mainstream starts thinking erroneous or wrong things and then ostracizes the actual good idea? Well, Athanasius dealt with that. When the entire church was essentially anti-Trinitarian, and Athanasius was like, no, God really is a Trinity, and he was the only one, and he was exiled multiple times, and we all know how that went. standing firm, his idea of the Trinity actually ended up winning out in the end.
So you're agreeing with Bourdieu.
We kind of
He's
run into
agreeing
a
with Bourdieu.
situation where people do this all the time. They do this in churches, they do this in denominations, they do this in government, they do this in political parties, like they do this in education. I mean, he hit on an idea that's very real. This idea of cultural capital, and we're seeing it now in cancel culture. We're seeing a lot of different things. We're seeing the ostracization. Like, again, who's ostracized right now? Conservatives, no doubt about it. People who hold to a...
This was 4 days ago. So, first, they've never been ostracized. Second, they have all the power everywhere. Third, he's in North Carolina. He's in North Carolina saying that the conservatives are pushed back. I think North Carolina's had a lynching in the last decade. That's amazing.
A literal understanding of Scripture, or even ostracized by other Christians. You name it, people are being ostracized all the time. And again, his goal is to change the way of world making. So how has that even gone into play? Well, I think, again, the advent of the internet is a big deal. The advent of being able to simply go online and share ideas and promote ideas, it's a big deal. Change the ways of world making. Push forward ideas of aberrant sexuality, of aberrant theology. Just get it out there, get it into people's minds, and things will change. Again, we have a situation now where somebody's going to go online and they have more influence than a pastor ever would hope to have. They've got 30 million followers. I mean, it's kind of unbelievable the ways in which information get disseminated now. And for the most part, Christianity is unable to, the Christian church, I should say, is unable to engage in those ways. So that's kind of interesting too. And then we have Michael Foucault, and his critical social theory is...
Okay, I'm going to pause so I can make sure I get to that. I'm trying to find a good color. So, 1 second. Got to do my nails. I'm debating on, I think black could be fun. Is it still? No, that's dried out. That one's dead. I'm going to do that with the top or with the black. That's what we'll do. All right. All right. Foucault. I do have too many nail polishes. Black is too popular. Black goes with everything. That's the reason people use it, because it goes with everything, and it lets you sort of not have to worry about whether or not you're wearing something or if your hair is green. It lets you fit with everything. And it's also one of those things that it's not like a consideration for me, but it is a reality. If you have black nail polish, you won't get called the F word. It hasn't happened to me yet. It has happened with every other color pretty much, though. Under the breath comments at Walmart are always fantastic. But not with black. Black nail polish, they assume goth weirdo. And goth weirdos, they don't call the name anymore. Not like they did when I was in high school. When I was a goth weirdo. What are you going to do? Shumit Shoy. Shumit? I am assuming a pronunciation I probably shouldn't. Lovely name, though. Welcome to the collective. Thank you for joining.
Is a mix of modernism and postmodernism. So here's the weird thing about critical social.
What the fuck? That's a fucking crazy thing to say. I love it.
The church, I should say, is unable to engage in those ways. So that's kind of interesting too. And then we have Michael Foucault, and his critical social theory is a mix of modernism and postmodernism. So here's the weird thing about critical social theory. It says that, well, okay, I'll say it like this. It rejects meta-narratives. It rejects understandings of the world that are universal, right? It's going to challenge neutrality. It's going to challenge objectivity. It's going to challenge universal truth. But the weird thing about critical theory is it also promotes kind of its own view of truth. So it's like both modernist and postmodernist at the same time, because what's critical theory's truth? Their truth is there's oppressors and oppressed. Their truth is, this is what you should do. You should be an activist. You should be an anti-racist. You should. Don't do this.
No. Dude, do you want to, we can do a video call, dummy. I'd be happy to, you big old pussy. We can talk over this. I'd be absolutely able to help you do that, stupid.
Don't do this, don't do that. There's a lot of rules with critical theory, even though it's also simultaneously arguing for its own, arguing all other theories are just relative. And so Foucault was skeptical of meta-narratives. He also hated the Bible as a source of truth. He believed that truth and power were linked to each other. Quote, truth does not set one free, rather it subsumes one under the rules of a particular game of truth. So, clearly, people say, though, he didn't really reject objective truth. Even if he didn't, he still had this idea that truth can only oppress you. It can never set you free unless you're free to believe your own truth.
You're a complicated man. I'd like to do mushrooms with you.
He argued, quote, supposedly pristine objective truth claims bear the grubby fingerprints of 100 human hands. This actually is true in a sense. We look at theology, but we don't claim that theology is objective truth. Okay? We claim that theology is our attempt at describing reality, that it might not be perfect. It doesn't have that quality of absolute objective ultimate truth. We would argue the Bible has that God has that, and our attempts in theology do need to be revised. They do need to be reconsidered. Now, the thing with theology is theology is not often wrong. The problem is theology often doesn't address everything it now needs to address given new social and cultural pressures and engagements. In other words, image of God was relatively underdeveloped theology until you have the transgender homosexuality movements. Now you need a more robust understanding of the image of God. Kind of interesting, actually, how that plays out. So, yes, indeed, theology has taken shape.
Thanks to the transes, we've got to get a better image of God. I like that. Hey, trans people, you should put that as can you put that on your resume? Responsible for the need for a better image of God. I'd put it on my fucking resume. It'd be great. Dad, I have to tell you, I am going to be complicating the image of God. God.
Over the years, we believe we're getting closer and closer and closer to the truth. We believe we have better understandings of it, sometimes worse understandings, depending on the situation. But that doesn't mean we deny that there's an objective truth or objective thing we're studying. He did not like the Bible. Most of these guys did not like the Bible because they saw the Bible as the main glue to society. Now, what about Judith Butler? She's a feminist, philosopher, and gender theorist of queer theory, and she was influenced by Derrida. And
that's true.
She essentially said that
But the Bible is not what they saw the center of society, my dude. That's not how that works at all. My glasses are off, so I'm not going to be able to read chat unless there's something serious. So super chats are going to be the thing that'll let me know I need to put my glasses back on. Otherwise, I can't do my nails up close. Sorry. Otherwise, I have to squint really hard. It's bad. You just realized what he sounds like?
Gender doesn't really exist. Gender stability is an illusion. So if you're wondering who or where...
Maybe. He's got the same... there's a tempo that matches, yeah.
These ideas of gender impermanence or gender fluidity come from. Judith Butler's a big one. And she essentially said that gender is really just daily acts of repetition. It's the fact that we've enforced girls to act a certain way makes them female, and the fact that we've enforced men to act a certain way makes them male, and that's actually what this is all about. And so her goal was to, quote, undermine any and all efforts to wield the discourse of truth to delegitimize minority gendered and sexual practices. In other words, she's, again, the very much free sexuality, free gender, free, all of this kind of stuff, all this insanity, very much a promoter of that. And she argued gender stability was an illusion. And finally, we have Kimberly Crenshaw.
You notice he didn't even try to debunk that one? It's almost like Christians would be very aware that their shit only works if you've had it pounded into your head since you're a child, and that Christianity is the same type of performativity Judith Butler is saying that we teach people how to have over time. And he's acutely aware of such a thing, so he said nothing about it.
19.
Am I aware of current Indian politics? I'm going to say I am broadly aware. I'll say by most American standards, far, far too aware of the nightmares across the board. But I don't think I would be able to say that I have a grasp of shit today or knowledge of it being in detail. Might have to give me a thing. I'm not a Modi fan, we'll just say.
1959 to present. She's a legal scholar, and she coined critical race theory and intersectionality. And here's where this gets really interesting. She actually rejected the idea that the law is grounded in abstract universal principles and instead viewed it as a mechanism of coercion. Now, what's fascinating about that is I just saw a video today where, what was his name? I can picture
Slavoj Žižek.
I've lost his name. Anyway, one of the senators essentially was addressing another, I believe, senator who rejected the idea that God had given human rights, basic human rights. And it's fascinating because that's part of critical theory too. Is the idea is that, no, they would argue that the means of the ruling class to justify its social dominance, that essentially even civil rights are a means of the ruling class to justify its social dominance and perpetuates control of society. So, quote, concepts like civil rights and precedent are trashed as mechanisms to preserve power and privilege. In other words, you're now getting, like, this is scary ground. It's like they almost don't understand what they're dealing with. It's
we
like
do.
If you get rid of grounded civil rights, grounded rights of human beings, okay, and you get rid of that stuff.
You notice how you can't even stomach your own shit?
That you have now made a situation in a government and
body's rejecting you
for the greatest possible evil to occur.
That's not true.
The idea that we have rights.
See, the idea that rights are bestowed by a creator on certain people is Nazi. The Nazis said that. Israelis have said that. Certain people. That's the thing. The decision's coming from outside. It's only certain people who get it. It's not something everyone gets. So instead, if we say that it's not rights given by the creator, it's not some transcendent thing, but instead, by existing, we have rights. Different beast, you moron. Big, giant, dum-dum.
The idea that there's certain things that no government can do to us. There's an idea that there's certain things that it's just off limits for the government to do to us and for others to do to us. And that those things include,
until
for example,
you decide they're okay with it.
Include, for example, literally silencing us and preventing from speaking, meeting and assembling as a people, liberty, being free, the pursuit of happiness, in other words, the right to own our own means of production, our own property, and then do with it as we will.
That's happiness to you, you fucking dork? Because we know it's not. He is still upset that his foot fetish has to be hidden. Because it's a foot fetish of men's feet. And imagine how he has to live with that every day. I mean, this guy who went to Liberty University every day in the men's locker room with all the other guys, which certainly no one was homosexual or had homosexuality, all taking all their clothes off, and he just stare at their feet, glances furtively, staring, shamed. It's terrible.
Remove that. Someone is going to come along in the power structure and enslave your entire population, and that is communism. That is the communist government. It's the enslavement of the entire population. That's what it was. They tell you where to go, how much to eat, how much food. The government dictates every day of your life.
Yeah, it's very different than today, huh?
And that's what they're arguing for, and that's why I just don't understand.
Very different than the Trump world.
Real communism. Like, no. If you deny everyone civil rights, if you deny everyone actual human rights, just enslave the entire population. That's exactly what they did. That's exactly what would happen.
You're a fucking really stupid person.
Intersectionality on top of this.
You're really fucking dumb, dude. Like you are like barely functional, and it's really shocking. Like you're just that you have the gall to do this. And again, I get it. It comes from that sort of weird evangelical Christian. Oh, I can just make stuff up about the Bible without having to really read it or study it. That shit that you do. And so when you flit around and you read another book, you do the same thing you do with the Bible. It's just embarrassing. Like I actually am just not even sure how you function. Like it's just awful. Just awful. Just the worst. It's really fucking stupid.
Actually, the more marginalized groups you see in yourself, the more marginalized you are and the less privileged you are. And so like,
I mean, that's not how that works either. That's intersectionality is about the gregarious realities of humanity, not about any individual person. That's a big deal, actually, in critical theory, that we care about and look at the nature of how things work in mass versus individual. The individual, at any level, the molecular, the difference in regime is massive. When you put many of them together, things work differently. Capital, for example. If I have $50, great, I can pay for 2 Happy Meals, I think, at this fucking point, and a bottle of water. But if I have $50 billion, I don't just get 50 billion Happy Meals. I get to buy McDonald's, which means I then get to own the means of production because the scale of things operates differently at different levels. This is the problem with, big old dum-dum fuck here who doesn't actually know how to read. It's a shame.
For example, the queer black woman
I'm not beating the bully allegations. No, I'm not. Not with this guy.
is triply oppressed, whereas the straight white man is triply
He's a big dum-dum.
Right? So you get all of this kind of stuff. And all of this is now being wrapped into critical theory. So having kind of gone through some of the main thinkers, and I hope that made sense. I know it was kind of more giving my thoughts on each one and just some comments and stuff. I know it wasn't maybe the structured presentation per se, but I kind of want to just give my thoughts on some of these things. I do want to say a couple other things with regard to how I see this kind of in academia and things. So the crazy thing is you go to academia, right? You go to the university, and they have these ideas.
He went to Liberty University, by the way. So he is not speaking from experience. And if he is, that's funny as shit.
And people often say, well, these are the best ideas. The academy vets these ideas. Really what it is, it's a small group of people. They tell everyone else what.
Felix got an awesome cheap. I hope Felix ended up somewhere good. I hope he gets fucking help. He needs it. Hope he gets help. He needs to get back to making better videos. Like, stop fucking fixating. Understand that he's fixating. Get in a healthier place. Take some time off. The world will be waiting for you. You're still young. You got time, my friend.
To think and what's okay to write on, and the other people think and write on that, and they get promoted in the academic system. That's essentially how it works. And you see this because these ideas are banged.
This is so great. My dude, please keep making videos. I would die for your take on Gilles Deleuze, who absolutely goes after the family and Christianity within his nightmare textbook, Anti-Oedipus, where he somehow finds a way to equate a ray of sunshine in someone's butt with the way the mind works. It's gross.
Bankrupt, but they're not allowed to be challenged. They're not allowed to be shot down or anything like that. They're promoted, they're celebrated, etc. And often, for the most part, they don't really get outside of academia. In other words, you have some of this stuff there. The problem is you're going to get people who then selectively learn these and then say, no, I'm going to boil this down and I'm going to really push this in church. I'm going to push this in the sectors of society that the average everyday person interacts with, the entertainment sources, the internet, etc. I'm going to push them there.
Beautiful.
And now all of a sudden, you don't even have really the academic philosophy, which has the real, I would argue, understanding of what the consequences of all this stuff are. You now just have a soundbite that people grab onto and have no idea what this is going to do or what this is going to cause. In other words, you've just given somebody, a nuclear bomb and just said, go and play with it. I mean, it is kind of wild when you.
It would be awesome if some kid got a nuclear bomb and was like just playing with it.
Perspective. So, I see that in the academy as well, where these ideas are just, they're almost in like a think tank, and they just keep growing, and there's no check on any of this, right? There's no check.
Yeah, clearly you've got checks on everything you're saying, stupid.
That's kind of what I wanted to say about the origins and primary thinkers in the movement of critical theory. Next week, I think we're going to be getting on to more modern aspects of critical theory, but I hope you've enjoyed this. Feel free to ask me questions. I'm going to go ahead and put a Zoom link up here real fast. Go ahead and get a Zoom link going here for us so we can talk more about this. Give me 1 second here and we'll get the link. Okay, there's the Zoom link. So again, go ahead, click on the Zoom link. Again, it'll take me a moment. Just wait in the waiting room, and then I'll be joining in. But thank you so much for joining us here at Spirit of Truth Church for this talk on critical theory. It's
not live. Damn. Killed my fucking OBS. Did my OBS die? Fucking it killed my camera. That's fantastic. Zoom popped up and it tried to take my camera from me. Hey. How are you doing? I am hoping that you guys are doing really, really well. It's a nice the top cover. See, here's the black with it. It's like this, right? The black and over here, and then the pink here. But it's not really pink. It's like an orange pink. This glitter. It's this stuff. This shit's great. This is a Mooncat. This is their topper. It's called Mystic. It basically is a weird refracting holographic thing that takes whatever you put underneath it and it fucks with it really cool. It's pretty great. I'm a big fan. It's pretty cool. It's like purple, sort of, but it's not. Like, that's the thing. Hold on a sec. Let me see if I can get it to zoom in so that way you guys can see if I can go like this. You can see. Because it's not focusing, so I can't. See, black, just black. Then this stuff does that, and it adds like a hue, but it's not. There's green. See, purple all the way through. It's really interesting. I'm a fan. This guy's done. I am now subscribed, and I have asked him to please do Deleuze next. We're going to find out if he's clever enough. He's not. To click through on any of the notifications he's got. He's not. To see the stream, he's not. And I think we'll have that. Ideally, he will just respond and think I'm there in good faith. I'm not. Although I do mean it, I would happily sit and teach him all this shit. Because there's actually really interesting critical theory takes on all these old Christian stories and how to understand them. Because if you didn't know, these guys all generally read a lot of really interesting thinkers. Peggy, for example. Peggy. I have heard too many. But P-E-G-U-Y. Wonderful religious monk type. Who critical theorists adore. Quite a bit, actually. So do I. I own multiple books of his. Yeah, I'm going to go for looking like a thick-ass fucking... Yeah, this is going to be like a thick-ass fucking topper on this one. I don't care if it's too much. It's the refracting of the black is like just making a cool-ass fucking statement. I'm a big fan. All right. It's iridescent. Probably. Actually, that's probably a better way to put it. Yes, it's actually technically iridescent. You're right. But it's fucking great. Like, it's a really nice shine. I'm a fan. So we're here in Playful Faith. I mean, I am, and I'm not. Like, people like this, his arrogance is pretty extraordinary. So I have no issue giving shit to him for that. Because it's, again, he exists to basically make people hate themselves. That's his jam. But we'll keep an eye on him. All right. anyone have a demand? If you have a demand of things to watch, there is The Truth About IQ, Pretty Privilege, Ugly Curse, AI Data Centers Eating the World, Adam Magrusia talking about famine, Chinese companies devouring each other, or Metamodernism and critiquing it. And it could be interesting. I'm probably going to go with the Metamodernism, by the way, unless someone tosses $10 at anything else. And you're free to do that. Doesn't bother me. I'll give it a moment. They're not doing a poll. I don't give a shit about polls anymore. Polls every time people like pick the thing that they think is going to be the most entertaining, and it always hurts my brain. Tomorrow we've got Anti-Oedipus. Wednesday night, more Jordan Peterson and Nietzsche. We're going to be going through his Nietzsche next one, which I have a feeling is just as terrible as the last one. Yeah, nice and thick for this one. Let's watch 3 videos at once. Do you have a French reading of AO? We had a French reading of AO going, but the consensus in the end was that it isn't as useful, and that the reality is most of us who were there to learn French, it's not helpful to learn French, and we end up talking in English anyway. Because the reality is, it's the whole point of learning to read in French is like to be able to understand nuances, but we kind of now understand those. So, yeah. Inflicting mental damage to the streamer is the duty of the viewer. This is true, Pash. This is very true. This is very true. All right. I think that'll be the last of the coats of this shit. Yeah, I've got some edge work I probably should do, but I don't really give a fuck. I'm not trying to get laid. I'm just trying to fucking have some nail polish. I want to get meta on your channel. Like, how possible is for you to do this? Oh, sorry. Do what? I'm not seeing derailment, only pure. See, I want to get meta on your channel. I don't know what you're asking about. But we're doing metamodernism. No one's given money. And I'm really curious about this video because it's one of those things that I think is metamodernism. Oh, meta questions belong in Patreon. Or in the you can go to the Discord. We have a stream chat, and then there's a if you're a member of Patreon, you can go there too. It's always good. No, Suresh, I'm not gonna watch the Skeptic Rebecca Watson shit. It's the whole dark money thing is so frustrating to me. It's just awful. Pashy's banned because Pashy was being trolly and decided to be trolly after a warning and thought it was funny. You will be able to again someday, Pashy. Relax. Just not today.
Also to take the MHC in isolation and to say, hey, we've got this model of hierarchical complexity.
Yeah.
Let's map everything onto that.
Right.
As if all of our biases, all of our
right.
other beliefs and world, all the other elements that make up the soup of a human have nothing to do with it. It's just, hey, look at this beanpole of like development, and we can just stick our cultural levels here like baubles on a Christmas tree. It just doesn't really make sense, and you have your nice, neat little spiral, and it's bizarre when you get down to it.
Hey everyone, welcome to the Metamodern Meaning podcast. This is the first podcast so titled. New year, new channel. I'm kind of making a pivot to transition into a more kind of encompassing set of topics that can be explored here. Certainly still going to be...
I am relaxed, but now I face someone willing to donate to get deleted from here. You're not going to get deleted or banned from here. You just chill out. You're good. And Patreon chat, there is no Patreon. So the Patreon chat is like basically just minor feedback. It's in the Discord. If you don't already have the role, you should. Patreon has its own bot you have to connect to. It's annoying. If you don't have the role when you then go in, you should be able to see it. If you don't, ping me in the server. I'll fix it for you. How can I do this in this economy? Do what in this economy? Meta, I don't understand. I don't understand what your meta conversation is. I'm so confused. Can someone explain to me what Tuxedo was saying? What they wanted me to go over? Anyone? Anyone? I cannot parse what Tuxedo was asking me to do. Because like getting meta, I'm happy to get meta and have conversations about things, but I don't know what, like meta is not a thing in and of itself. So Metamodernism wants to social engineer you to reveal your secrets. my APAC user login. You know how much I say, you know what? Israel is paying me off. That's why I say fuck Zionism only 10 times a day now, instead of the 11. It cost them a lot of money, but you know what? That's a sacrifice. I'm willing to sell out at that level. Yeah. That's a joke. It's a lie. That was sarcasm on my end. Jesus Christ. You just watch that shit get clipped.
Me talking about spirituality and meaning making, but metamodern meaning sounded like a very broad sweep of possibilities, and allows hopefully to explore not just meaning in metamodernity, but also the meaning of metamodernity, the meaning of metamodernism. And so I thought that, for the first kind of inaugural episode of this new framed podcast, that James Cusson would be a perfect person to talk to. James and I had already been discussing doing a podcast in response to his excellent series of critical essays on metamodernism. And this just seemed like a wonderful confluence of different opportunities to dig into what we mean by metamodernism. What is?
Oh God! Oh, this is a. Do you know how fucking? It's weird. Okay, fine. The problem. Fuck Zionism. Fine. I'll throw away all my support from Israel. And I say that as you fucking are probably getting ads for Israel. Because for some reason they keep buying against me. I think because I talk about Israel. And politics. I don't know. They're weird. It's so strange. I still don't get why that. Metamodernism. So a bunch of people who didn't understand, who understood postmodernism as well as Jordan Peterson did, got together and went, hey, so what's coming after postmodernism? Because that's a thing they understood as possible. So they decided, let's have a different type of philosophy. Because if this is not a joke, by the way, this is what metamodernism came from. And it's like, Brooks, I got an anti-genocide commercial now in Hebrew. Oh, really? Are you fucking with me? Because that's kind of amazing. I'll take it. What Brooks isn't saying is that without the Israel ads, he would have said it 12 times. That's true. That's true. Fuck, you got me. Fine. Fuck Zionism. Is it anti-genocide about Sudan? Is it anti-white genocide? See, I should have been more specific. Is it anti-white genocide, anti-farmer genocide in South Africa? So a bunch of people who don't understand philosophy, who had at best a passing grasp of what postmodernism is through the Jordan Peterson thing, which is, we view the world as though there's that, but it's just a philosophy instead of the all-encompassing reality of late-stage capitalism. So they went, what comes after postmodernism? And they decided to make things up, and it's all really stupid. It's all really stupid. It's bad. Like, it doesn't understand anything that came before it. And so in a way, and it's why I got so into it, it's a fascinating thing. It's bad in the way that, like, Scientology is a bad religion, right? Not that it's not effective, not that it's not interesting in a lot of ways, but it's a fucking stupid religion. This is also stupid. And it's made by people who don't understand philosophy as a thing. So there's a lot of things where you like will be reading or watching a video and you'll go, well, what? And it's clear they've never actually read any of the people they claim as postmodern. And so metamodern is like just dumb shit of people who are too high. And now it's been taken over by AI bots. Like, I don't know how else to describe it because it's just garbage on top of garbage. Weren't they cultural critics? Like Shia LaBeouf was in the modern movement when he was doing all like pretty interesting acting, weird stuff. We have a bunch of friends who are Discordian, August. We probably have mutual friends. We got a bunch of Discordians.
Is metamodernism what could?
And it's dumb. I've seen his penis. If you haven't, like, I think a lot of stuff Shia did was interesting, but it was not metamodern.
It mean all these sorts of things because
are actual AI people. No, I mean like they because most of these people don't understand what they're writing and they want to sound smart. They go to ChatGPT, they have it do a thing 6 or 7 times, and by the end of it, it's so fucking off into la silly land. Oh, I'm in a hole. Oh, I'm in a hole. Sorry, South Park nailed it. I'm in a hole. I'm in a hole. This is where they end up. So this is going to be, I find my metamodern convictions lapsing. Well, why don't you tell us what it is, bud?
James does an incredible job unpacking, critiquing, laying bare some issues and bringing to light some really important things that need to be explored and critiqued in the metamodern conversation. James is...
So you end with like this really gorgeous color. It's like purple, but then also green, right? I like it. It is pearlescent. You're right.
Is an incredible content producer in terms of the channel that he's got on YouTube called The Living Philosophy. Also got a wonderful Substack by that name, The Living Philosophy.
5,000 subscribers.
In which he posted this 6-part essay critique of metamodernism.
Well, you know what that means, everyone. He has 200,000 subs. Jordan Peterson's bizarre and brilliant manifesto. Why Karl Marx loved capitalism. Good fucking God. He's a Jungian, which means he's a reactionary. Good Lord. Good fucking Lord, man.
There is something rotten in the state of Western culture. This was the diagnosis of German philosopher Friedrich Nietzsche. His entire philosophy can be understood as the attempt to...
We're going to find out if this guy is worth listening to.
...diagnose and counter the cancer spreading silently through the body of the culture. When Nietzsche's madman proclaimed the death of God in 1882's The Gay Science, it was...
August, I need your help here. Was Thus Spoke Zarathustra in The Gay Science? Are you fucking kidding me? How do you get that wrong, dude?
It was not an atheistic celebration, but a dire warning about the coming shadow of nihilism.
So, yes, for Thus Spoke Zarathustra, no for gay science. August is not no one here is related to Destiny. August is the wonderful person who leads a number of our Nietzsche readings.
This death of God represented a calamity without equal. This long plenitude and sequence of breakdown.
No, if you're going to read Nietzsche, don't start with Thus Spoke Zarathustra. You're going to have a bad time because you don't understand the point of it or where he's coming from or how it's working. And you take Zarathustra as like the hero, which is weird. You're weird. These weird, creepy people. I'm not going to share this with Sunday. This is my target.
Destruction, ruin, and cataclysm that is now.
Right, but that's Zarathustra. That's not the madman. Like this is what's annoying.
Now impending, an eclipse of the sun.
The quote is in the gay science, but it's different. Let's do it. Let's do a little thing. Are you fucking with me? Fuck, come on. Come on. So, 125, aphorism 125, talking of the madman. It's not talking about Zarathustra at this point. It's not really the setup, and it's not the thing that's here. Haven't you heard of the madman who in the bright morning lit a lantern, ran around the marketplace crying incessantly, "I'm looking for God, I'm looking for God." Since many of those who did not believe in God were standing around together just then, he caused great laughter. "Has he been lost, then?" asked one. "Did he lose his way like a child?" asked another. "Or is he hiding? Is he afraid of us? Has he gone to sea, immigrated?" Thus they shouted and laughed, one interrupting the other. The madman jumped into their midst, pierced them with his eyes. "Where is God?" he cried. "I'll tell you. We have killed him, you and I. We are all his murderers. But how did we do this? How were we able to drink up the sea? Who gave us the sponge to wipe away the horizon? What were we doing when we unchained this earth from its sun? Where is it moving to now? Where are we moving to? Away from all suns? Are we not continually falling? Are backwards, sidewards, forwards, in all directions? Is there still an up, a down? Aren't we straying as though an infinite nothing? God is dead, God is dead, God remains dead, and we have killed him. How can we console ourselves, the murderers of murderers? Holiest and the mightiest thing the world has ever possessed, bled to death under our knives. Blah, 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 blah. It's a lot. It's a lot. It's a lot. This tremendous event is still on its way wandering and has not reached the ears of men. That's one example. 343. Again, this is not a thing that's in this book one time. It's a thing that's in this book a few times. 108, New Battles. After Buddha was dead, they showed his shadow in a cave for centuries, a tremendous, gruesome shadow. God is dead, but given the way people are, there may still, for millennia, be caves in which they show his shadow, and we must still defeat his shadow as well. It's one of the things that a lot of people fuck up with Nietzsche. He is, in Zarathustra and also in others, he is not really warning against what's coming. He is saying that the death of God, which is good, by the way, which he's like a fan of, and we need to finish murdering him because it removes dichotomies and a whole bunch of things. That with that, we need to figure out what's happening, because now that we've done it, there's more work to be done. there's more to be done. Wait a second. Sorry, I just have to go back to the PDF. This is not the madman. So this is fascinating. So here's bad faith people, man. It really frustrates me. He's got a book. Nietzsche has books. They're free. Nietzsche's books are free. This is not like some dude who released it last week and it's like $40 or it's $100 for the academic version. The quote he's using here, let's be very clear.
Warning about the coming shadow of nihilism.
So the madman introduced God is dead, and then he uses this quote.
This death of God represented a calamity without equal. This long plenitude and sequence of breakdown, destruction.
See the picture of the madman? Do you see that right there? Madman, I read earlier. So like 130, 135. This is aphorism 343. Way later. And this is not the madman speaking, actually. This is book 5. This is about fearlessness. This aphorism is actually about how to understand cheerfulness. The greatest recent event that God is dead, the belief in the Christian God has become unbelievable, is already starting to cast its first shadow over Europe. To those few, at least whose eyes, or the suspicion in whose eyes is strong and subtle enough for the spectacle, some kind of sun seems to have set. Some old deep trust turned into doubt. To them, our world must appear autumnal, mistrustful, stranger, older. But in the main, one might say, for many people's power of comprehension, the event is itself far too great, distance, out of the way, for even its tidings to be thought of as having arrived. Even less may one suppose to know all what this event really means. And now that his faith has been undermined, how much might collapse? Because it was built on this faith, leaned on it, grown into it. For example, our entire European morality, this long, dense succession of demolition, destruction, downfall, upheaval that now stands ahead. Who would guess enough of it today to play the teacher and herald of this monstrous logic of horror, the prophet of deep darkness and an eclipse of the sun, the like of which has probably never existed on earth? Even we born guessers of riddles, who are, so to speak, on a lookout at the top of the mountain, posted between today and tomorrow, stretched out in contradiction. Between today and tomorrow, we firstlings, we premature births of the next century, to whom the shadow that must soon envelop Europe really should have become apparent by now, why is it that even we look forward to this darkening without any genuine involvement, and above all, without worry and fear for ourselves? Are we perhaps still not too influenced by the most immediate consequences of this event? These immediate consequences, the consequences for ourselves, are the opposite of one might expect, not at all sad and gloomy. Are the opposite of what one might expect, not at all sad and gloomy. Do you hear this? Just saying. But much more like a new, barely describable type of light, happiness, relief, amusement, encouragement, dawn. Indeed, at hearing the news the old God is dead, we philosophers and free spirits feel illuminated by a new dawn. That's what he's quoting. That's what he's quoting.
Destruction, ruin, and
that it's awesome. He's quoting Nietzsche talking about how it's awesome.
Cataclysm that is now impending, an eclipse of the sun whose like has probably never yet occurred on Earth. This calamity was the collapse of our value system, which, as individuals and collectives, we orient ourselves by. In his later years, Nietzsche took up the language of medicine and biology. His task was to diagnose and, if possible, propose a cure for this crisis. His diagnosis was decadence, and decadence for Nietzsche is essentially the opposite of health. It is
So this person's really fucking dumb and didn't read Nietzsche. And they actually use quotes that fit their predetermined understanding of it, not understanding they're literally taking from not the madman, which is what they said, not Zarathustra, which is who they showed, but instead the section where Nietzsche is talking about how awesome this shit is. Our heart overflows with gratitude, amazement, forebodings, expectation. Finally, the horizon seems clear again, even if not bright. Finally, our ships may set out again, set out to face any danger. Every daring of the lover of knowledge is allowed again. The sea, our sea, is open again. Maybe there has never been such an open sea. Jordan Peterson, this is Jordan Peterson's reading of this, August. So this guy's doing metamodernism. This is not a serious scholar or person in any capacity.
decay. More specifically, it is decay of the instincts. To fight the instincts, that is the formula of decadence. As long as life is ascending, happiness equals instinct.
You are fucking wacky. This is how you're going to interpret this? You are a fucking wacky, dude.
Nietzsche is commonly thought of as the father of existentialism, but he might also, and perhaps more accurately, be called the father of psychoanalysis. The theme of non-conscious, non-individual...
No, I'm going to say no. I think there's parallels, but no. Yeah, that was from Twilight. Like, again, this is insane. This is just awful. This video doesn't have, it's 7.4K views from 2 years ago. It doesn't have a most.
Forces in the psyche.
We're going to go back to the other. Oh, he's got another video on Nietzsche at 25 minutes. God damn. All right, we're going to turn this on super speed.
Runs through Nietzsche's work from his first book, The Birth of Tragedy, to his final work, Ecce Homo. He was a constant explorer of the dark realms of psyche that lie beyond consciousness. The overarching themes of Nietzsche's work may be philosophical, but the methodology is psychoanalytical through and through. In Twilight of the Idols, we find the definition of decadence as anarchy of the instincts. Nietzsche speaks of the two strategies that have been used to deal with this anarchy, reason and morality. These two forms of decadence are the basis of his critiques of Socrates on the one hand and Christianity on the other. The problem, as Nietzsche sees it, is that by suppressing these instincts, we are suppressing life itself. The instincts are the cacophonous chorus of life coursing through us. The cut ourselves off from this is the cut ourselves off from life. And so, Nietzsche's idea of health is an affirmation of life. It's an integration of the instinctual. In contrast to the life...
Jesus Christ. This is why people get fucked up on Nietzsche, man. Every time. It's always some fascist, too. It's just so frustrating. All right, Suresh.
God is dead. God remains dead, and we have killed him. How shall we comfort ourselves? The murderers of our murderers. What was holiest and righteous of all that the world has owned has bled to death under our knives. Who will wipe this blood off us? What water is there to clean ourselves?
All right, that's fucking, that's getting saved. That's good. That's fantastic. 4.4 million views. Accurate. Good. That's nice.
Life-denying tradition of philosophy, whose origins he characterizes as the decadence of the Greek instinct. Nietzsche describes himself as the first tragic philosopher. He's the Dionysian to stand against the crucified. He's the one preaching a new ideal of humanity as the meaning of the earth. The yes-saying doctrines of Zarathustra, the Übermensch, the eternal recurrence, and the will to power, are a new metaphysics affirming life, the earth, and the instincts. Health doesn't mean an abandonment of reason to the instincts. Instead, he writes, in times like these, abandonment to one's instincts is one calamity more. Our instincts contradict, disturb, destroy each other. I've already defined what is modern as physiological self-contradiction. There's no way back to a harmony with the instincts. There is only a way through. A reversion, a return in any sense or degree is simply not possible. We physiologists know that. Nothing avails. One must go forward, step by step, further into decadence. Not possible.
Finding out where it is. Why does every video so look dark for no reason? Edgy people who don't read Nietzsche do this. Yeah, I can't.
We physiologists
August?
Nothing available.
Because we physiologists know that I have a really weird feeling about.
One must go forward, step by step, further into decadence. This was Nietzsche's quest, to find a way beyond decadence. His ideal, contained in the epithet of tragic philosopher, was the same in his last work as it was in his first, the synthesis of the Apollonian and the Dionysian.
You do not understand Nietzsche if you're going to say that. That's fucking weird. It's the same in his first and his last work. That's really fucked up, dude. That's like, that hurts me. That's a fucking thing. That's some dumb shit.
Not the overgrown reason or oppressive morality of the excessive Apollonian, and not that horrible mixture of sensuality and cruelty that characterized much of the Dionysian festivals of the ancient world. Nietzsche's ideal is the fusion of these two forces, the Apollonian as the contained, as the sails, the Dionysian as the great dynamic natural force infusing...
Alright, I don't need to finish this. He sucks, and he's not a philosopher, and here he is, and this guy's relying on him to tell him about metamodernism.
And so, yeah, without further ado, James, welcome back to the Metamodern Now Meaning podcast. And thanks for writing this really excellent series of essays that we can dig into. I really appreciate you coming on.
Yeah, I mean, I didn't sign up for the Metamodern Meaning podcast. I signed up for the Metamodern Spirituality podcast, but no, it's a
little bit of a bait and switch there, yeah.
Yeah. No, I'm delighted to. I saw you talking about it on the Facebook group, so it's I'm delighted to see it happen in real time for me. I'm like, oh, I'm on the Metamodern Meaning podcast.
Yeah, man. You're inaugurating it. So, I mean, but again, it's really apropos because this series of essays that you've written kind of demands an interrogation of what we mean by this.
This dude has a lot of books on a table. Is he in a bookstore? If you have books like this and you're not in a bookstore, I'm confused. Do you see that? Do you see all the books like that stacked like that? That's a lot of books like that.
This term, what is metamodernism? What are we actually trying to refer to here?
Oh, he's got to have his degrees in the back though, so that's something.
And laying, you know, some big questions.
Have I ever tried asking AI difficult questions about interpreting Nietzsche? I actually have been testing AI by asking it to explain a handful of things. The easiest is the body without organs because it never gets it right. Still doesn't. But how it gets it wrong, I think has sort of helped me understand how AI functions. It's one of the reasons I think I have a very, very good grasp of it. But little things, you can ask it questions like, I like, compare and contrast destiny versus necessity through the Stoics. These things are weird. You want to find questions that haven't had a lot written on them, or have had enough written on them that's the same and wrong. Because an AI that actually can do something decent, and they're like Claude Opus is pretty interesting how it responds. Still wrong. But it's not wrong in a way that's worse than most people. Slightly better even than a lot of people. Still not right. Yeah, I used to do that. It's fun.
Questions out there, challenges of how this term has been used and employed, and really digging into some of the presuppositions and kind of theoretical frameworks that some metamodern thinkers have been using around stage theories and whatnot. So yeah, this seems like a great way to kick off this more expansive consideration of meaning, and specifically the meaning of metamodernism. So to that end, why don't you set us up a little bit? What were you trying to do with this series?
They're not going to explain what metamodernism is, by the way, because it's incoherent.
And maybe unpack a little bit some of the kind of core arguments and core ideas in it before we can dig into it kind of piece by piece.
Yeah, I mean, I guess I was someone who fell in love with metamodernism through Ken Wilber's Integral, so that kind of happened for me around the same time, I guess, like 2020, I discovered Wilbur, and then I'd already started reading Freinac's, like the Listening Society the year before, or a couple of years before, but had been put off for reasons we'll be discussing. But then when I went back to it, I loved it. And yeah, since then, just digging into...
So I have behind me Complexity Theory series from Santa Fe Institute. Complexity theory, which is, again, how metamodernism comes about, is very fascinating. So when you look at the world and you don't understand the nature of the dialectic, for example, which isn't really about placing things against each other, specific things, but instead dealing with systems and superstructures and how within those superstructures things interplay and contradict. That's a really difficult thing for some people to make their way through. What you can do, if you want to misinterpret the idea and do it in a weird way, is you can say that what is actually needed is to map all of the individual things and then play them against each other. And so you go through the process of not, again, allowing the dialectic to exist, finding the contradiction, and then tarrying with such a thing, but instead categorizing, placing, and setting things up in a way that, again, presumes you already know the answer. Complexity theory is this. It presumes an answer, and then you model out the rest, and it is useless. It's completely useless theory. And metamodernism comes out of that same idea and misunderstanding. It's like a Michael Burns level understanding of postmodernism. The way that it works is that, it's all these things that are going against each other, blah, 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 blah. And it's like, no, it's a misunderstanding of things in a huge level. I'm going to try to find... Here.
Metamodernism.
There, perfect. Here's this guy actually explaining metamodernism, and we're going to put it on high speed because I'm gonna die if I have to listen to him for too long.
Might be the most important idea you can...
That's too fast. Fair enough. Might be the most important idea. It's not.
...encountered this year. In a world that is growing increasingly fractured and complex, metamodernism is a worldview that offers a way forward. In a recent video, we looked at the difference between the worldviews of modernity and postmodernity. Each of these...
See, again, it's assuming a worldview that you're standing outside of. That's not what postmodernity is. And also, Foucault would probably be really upset that you called him postmodern.
...evolved in response...
Do these people read Frederick Jameson? No, they watch YouTube videos about what Frederick Jameson meant. And again, that's why I say the Michael Burns level understanding of postmodernism. And from there, they build the rest of everything. They don't do any of the work. These people don't engage any of these works. We saw in the thing, this very guy not only quoting Nietzsche from the wrong book, but creating it and using it in a way that literally is against the aphorism that he quoted. They don't care. They have a point they're looking to make. They're not here to actually do any real work or be creative. They don't give a fuck. They're here for clout and paranoiac tendencies.
...response particular historical and cultural trends. Modernity, as we saw, was the cultural phase that was at its height in the 19th and early 20th centuries. Postmodernity emerged in the 1960s and is the dominant cultural perspective of the 21st century. Our current cultural landscape is polarized along these battle lines. With only these two worldviews to choose from, it seems that society is doomed to fracture. But this is where metamodernism comes in. Metamodernism has been emerging in the past couple of decades, and it offers a way past this gridlock. The meta in metamodernism comes from the ancient Greek word metaxis, used by Plato and Plotinus to capture the sense of in-betweenness. In the case of metamodernism, this means being in between modernity and postmodernity, but it is not simply a middle ground. In the language of Ken Wilber's integral school of thought, which is the main theoretical underpinning to Hansi Freinach's school of political metamodernism, metamodernism transcends and includes these previous worldviews. This synthesis is critical for the problems we face in the 21st century. In this age of the meta-crisis, we find ourselves staring down
He's very pretty hair.
The barrel of half a dozen existential crises all at once.
So the beard, it's tough to grow a beard like that. Like he's got that nice thick like beard hair that's like very particular. It's tough to do.
It's not simply the climate crisis, but the meaning crisis, the mental health crisis, the dangers and potentials of emerging AI technology, which on the one hand may make us redundant as a species.
I'm sorry, Dave. I'm afraid I can't do that.
These people are always so broad, their analysis of culture too abstract. No, they're meaningless. Nothing they do matters, and it only works because they allow it to sort of make them happen by vibes, and it makes them think that they have a grasp on things. Again, it's a paranoiac reaction, but they don't actually read books. They're terrible.
And on the other hand, with technology like swarms of AI drones flying around, AI technologies threaten our survival in a much more tangible way. There's the energy crisis, diminishing natural resources, the emerging politics of space, the Cold War shaping up between America and China.
Did he just use a meme for the politics of space?
Not to mention increasing inequality and the coming deluge of unemployment brought on by robots. This is an age of...
No.
Complex problems, and much of our public discourse is so much rearranging of deck chairs on the Titanic. The challenges facing humanity are too complex and too dangerous.
All right. Why nations fail? Homer's Odyssey? Ugh, dude, no. No, dude, really? Fuck. God damn it.
For us to fall back into the luring narrative of us and them. Metamodernism, at the very least, is a new worldview that doesn't fall into this us and them left and right trap. It's a complex worldview for an age of complexity. In this episode, we are going to look at the characteristics of this new cultural trend, its relationship to the previous trends of modernity and postmodernity, and why, in this world in crisis, we need metamodernism. In the previous episode on modernity and postmodernity, we looked at the characteristics of these two worldviews. To briefly summarize, modernity was characterized by an exuberant self-confidence. Hegel believed we lived at the end of history.
This is going to be bad. That's fucking crazy to say. That's fucking crazy to say, dude. I don't think you have read any of these books. What the fuck, man?
Wittgenstein believed he had dissolved all the problems of philosophy. Freud believed he had found the source of all mental illness. Einstein came up with his theory of relativity and believed that a theory of everything was within his grasp.
You believe they were modernists? Are you fucking nuts?
In short, we seem to be solving all the problems that faced us at an incredible pace, and ultimate truth seemed to be just around the corner. There was a fervent belief in progress, and reason sat in the throne left vacant by God. Even in the counter-trends of modernity, Marx and the work of anarchists such as Bakunin and Kropotkin, there was an audacious vision of a utopia within our grasp. Modernity then was characterized by grand narratives in every domain, from the social and political to the philosophical and the scientific. The tone of modernity was an almost...
It's not fully the answer, but I'll take it.
...arrogant faith, a haughtiness that modern man was the pinnacle of life itself. Postmodernism, as characterized by Jean-Francois Lyotard, is defined as a distrust towards grand narratives. The focus of postmodernism is the fringe cases, the peripheries, the exceptions, basically all the cracks in modernity's beautiful narratives. The jadedness with the cool aid of modernity's optimism was embodied in postmodernity's tone of cynicism, sarcasm, and irony. Rather than seeking a monolithic objective truth, postmodernism exposed the million and one...
I mean, look at all the cool dudes in this photo. There's Deleuze and Wacky Eye Sartre. Fucking Foucault, probably with a fist way up his own butt.
Truths of irony. With the cool aid of modernity's optimism, and was the pinnacle of life itself. Postmodernism, as characterized by Jean-Francois Lyotard, is defined as a distrust towards grand narratives. The focus of postmodernism is the fringe cases, the peripheries, the exceptions.
I mean, that's not at all. This is, again, Jordan Peterson level understandings of things, and then you build a philosophy out of that, and that's how you get metamodernism. It's just depressing. It's just depressing. Sorry, I just skipped ahead because I was like, fucking these people.
The peripheries, the exceptions, basically all the cracks in modernity's beautiful narratives. The jadedness with the cool aid of modernity's optimism was embodied in postmodernity's tone of cynicism, sarcasm.
That is, by the way, that's my boy Deleuze. Can we do a little Lyotard? Yeah, I'm not a huge fan. I like what he was trying to do, and it's interesting to read in and of itself, but is there anyone in academia who's doing No. This is Jordan Peterson shit.
And irony. Rather than seeking a monolithic...
What has gay liberation have to do with it? Oh, because Postmodernity is awesome.
Objective truth.
That's what you didn't understand. He's like, come on.
Postmodernism exposed the 1,000,001 truths of different perspectives. It gave a platform to the voices exploited and neglected by modernity's narrative. The voices of African Americans, women, the LGBT community, colonial voices, and those of prisoners and the insane. All the voices, in short, that modernity had excluded from its great proclamation.
Yeah, I got to tell you, just because it's French, I'm going to say the modernity, probably gayer. Sorry, I'm joining in on his discourse.
Of life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness.
Liberty, equality, pursuit of happiness. That's what fraternity means. Like, you have an image on the screen, at least match it, dude. Is Leotard a brave, intellectually disabled person? I'm not. Leotard has. I'm not a fan of a lot. Look, he's interesting, but it's only interesting in the context of other writers, because he was to me. Go read him. Like, he's worth reading. I read him in August. You tell me if you disagree. To me, he's a transition philosopher. There's a lot of these in the last 75, 80, maybe even 150 years. They're transition thinkers. Melanie Klein for psychoanalysis. Reich, I would not say is that Reich formed his own, but Klein was transitionary. And so it's worth reading only in the other bits. Leotard, I think, was trying to bridge the gap between a handful of things and was not successful ultimately, but his writings are interesting, but yeah, not for me.
Of liberty, equality, and fraternity. In taking such an abundance of perspectives, a spirit of relativism and nihilism came.
We'll just do this, Reddit. Metamodernism. This is what metamodernism is. Unfortunately, postmodernism is a post hoc label applied to a bunch of stuff. There's no one thing called postmodernism. Oh, good job reading books. But one way the general vibe can be summarized is modernism. We must try new things and question assumptions to make progress. Postmodernism. There is no single best way of living. Only people who think their way is best. Therefore, any idea of progress is not linear. Metamodernism. Modernist optimism and postmodern critique are two opposing poles we must oscillate between. We must create things to be critiqued. We must critique things as a creative act. It's just dumb. It's just dumb. It is like getting too high. I'm in a hole. I'm in a hole. Metamodernism's that. Metamodern quantum mechanics. I mean, like I said, it's AI now. I hate it so much.
Came to prevail in the broader postmodern perspective. In trying to give equal voice to so many perspectives, postmodernism had no unified central vision as modernity had. It had no anchor point to order itself towards. It turned its back on finding a grand narrative that tried to encapsulate all the different perspectives. And this is where metamodernism enters the scene. In the language of the Hegelian dialectic, modernity was the thesis to which postmodernism's antithesis opposed itself.
I should have known. It's like, hey, I just got to get everything wrong. Is there any way I can get everything wrong and make a philosophy out of that? It's conflating meta-analysis to a whole philosophical movement. Yeah, it's stupid. Yeah, dialectic is when you see two things and scream three really loudly. I fucking knew it. When he said Hegel, I didn't even in my brain, but I should have known it.
Itself. Out of this conflict.
Oh, for those who don't know, that's not Hegel's dialectic. That's not. It's that's Fichte. Fichte. If you want to Google it, it's Fichte. But that'd be a Fichte, not the Hegel.
A new synthesis has begun to emerge in metamodernism. The challenges facing humanity today refuse to be tamed by either the arrogant optimism of modernity or postmodernity's relativistic multiplication of perspectives.
I mean, it does a very good job, actually. Postmodernity, to credit Jameson, but I mean, he's working off of a lot of other better writers. It explains things exceptionally well. And there's not a lot, actually, that's left outside of it. It's an incredibly convincing thesis. And you've done no work to show otherwise. But you didn't read the book, so whatever. By the way, I love Hegel, so important to education. I don't, but I think good. If it weren't for Sadler, I'd have never made it through. Just to be frank. But it's just the way it is. If it weren't for Sadler, I would never have made it through. It's not even really Fichte's dialectic. No, but it's the one people confuse for Fichte's dialectic, which people confuse for Hegel's dialectic. You have to remember, people are stupid at a meta-modern level now. Meta-modern stupid. Meta-modernly stupid.
By the same token, these complex problems cannot be solved without the audacity of modernity and the nuance of postmodernism. And so, what is required is an integration of these virtues while moving past the gridlock. What is required is to transcend and...
These virtues. Creepy.
...and include. As Hansi Freinacht notes in his book on political metamodernism...
That's a beard.
...the listening society. Metamodernism is qualitatively very, very different from postmodernism. It accepts progress, hierarchy, sincerity, spirituality, development, grand narratives, party politics, both and thinking, and much else. It puts forward dreams and makes suggestions, and it is still being born. From the perspective...
None of that's accurate. And it's also, none of that is necessarily against postmodernity. So...
of metamodernism, the postmodernists had thrown a lot of baby out with the bathwater.
I wish Pesce could say, did Pesce leave? Where'd Pesce go? Oh. Pesce, what happened to Pesce? Pesce's probably still here.
Water of modernity.
Maybe one of the stupidest sentences I've ever read. Metamodernity is basically that. It's very attractive in the sense of like, it's trying to parse through other bullshit that isn't satisfying, because the Jordan Peterson mentality and the way he just described modernism and postmodernity are deeply unsatisfying things. It's because he's fucking dumb. Right? That's why it's unsatisfying. It's because he fucking didn't read any of these things. He's not talking about actual postmodern thought, the actual discussion around what modernity is. He's not going beyond those things. So he has this limited understanding that's basically a baby's view of these, per Jordan Peterson. They're unsatisfying. Metamodernity, because it ostensibly immediately says, hey, those are very unsatisfying ways to think about the world. We can fix that for you. It's immediately attractive. You've been away, what's up? No, it's just I wanted to make sure you were, someone acted like we banned you or something. And I was like, I don't think that happened, but...
There's no doubt that these traits can have dark sides and turn toxic.
Sorry, Pash, you didn't make you run back.
But that does not mean that they should be discarded. In facing the problems of the 21st century, we need the bigger picture that modernity offered. We need the structure and order of hierarchies. We need a vision.
Modernity had that. Why do we need the structure of hierarchies? You fucking weirdo. You've got to explain these things. You can't just say, we need that. How about we need new forms? Why isn't that the answer? We need new forms. We need to do away with hierarchies and instead invent some other way to have relationality between things. Talking about metamodernism is incredibly satisfying to me. I was in the Patreon video as just for a few months whose fan loves metamodern. Yeah, I know. Look, it's attractive. And I get why it's attractive. But when you're making content on it and saying this shit and not going, oh, Brooks, why do you think you enjoy shitting on people? Well, I don't. Not really. So here's the thing. People like this are straight up grifting assholes. I don't do videos on like takes on Deleuze of someone. Like I don't go, hey, let me find someone who's secretly reading in the Discord and laugh at them. I don't find someone's Twitter post where they're posting their notes about Deleuze and make fun of them. If you make videos telling other people what something is, you have to do it better. You have to. You are misinforming people. You're making the world a worse place through your arrogance that you believe you should be able to tell people things. If you do it from a position and you're more not arrogant about it, I'm not a dick at all to those people. I'm literally not. Very kind, actually. You can see it in the videos where I've done that. And the people I've dealt with in the Deleuze community and outside of it, I'm happy to sit and explain for hours and hours and hours. I'm very cordial. When you're arrogant enough to be certain, you've got to be certain. The stuff that I'm certain about, that I'm able to defend it. Someone shit on me, go have fun, shit on me. I'm not wrong about a lot of the things that I'm saying. You may have different interpretations. Perfectly fine. But you wouldn't say I'm wrong if you have read these things and you've talked about them. This guy, made a video where he misquoted Nietzsche, saying that God is dead is a negative thing. And he quoted it from Zarathustra and the Madman, but quoted from a paragraph that had nothing to do with that, and then misidentified what that paragraph was about. He doesn't read these books, and he's teaching people about these things, and it's bad. It's bad. And Michael Burns and Philosophy Tube and all these fuckers, they are at the point of saying it's a limitation of the medium, shows there's a limitation. I'll tell you right where it fucking is. Ain't the goddamn medium.
Vision of progress and a grand narrative.
How do you handle someone calling you obsessive by your behavior of being correct? I have autism.
About why it all.
But again, it's not obsessive. I want to understand where they're at, and I'll go look it up and go check. But yeah. And he also doesn't understand the historical context, correct?
Matters. And more than that.
Yeah, if you say I'm obsessive, that's fine. I don't think I'd say you're probably wrong. I don't think I obsess to the point where the word obsessive makes sense, but the idea in Lacanian sense where I do fetishize or I do repeat or go after, sure, of course I do that. No, it's not a joke. I'm significantly neurodivergent, you could say. And I have medication to help me deal with these things. I'm not a fun person to be around. Like Kid, this guy right here, Kid Not Kin. We met in person more than a few times. Lovely guy. I am who I am. Doesn't change offline. And I'm passionate. Passionate is I am a person who doesn't believe I don't really believe I exist. And so as such, I don't have the ability to really regard other people as necessarily existing. So you and your feelings, or this guy's feelings, are being sad, or that I don't even consider such a thing. It's, here's this. And if his response is, well, you're wrong, here's why, I'd go, oh. And you know how I know this? It's happened many times inside of the QC. Where I've made a statement, someone's corrected me, and I've gone through it and I've needed them to explain it. It fucks with people that I don't give a shit, but I don't. I really don't. I'm happy to take critique. I'm happy to take anything. It doesn't bother me. It's not about me. I matter here in that I'm here to make money, and I'm here to learn myself, and I've got to do my job. I'm trying to turn this into a thing. I've got other jobs I'm doing too. I'd like this to be a full-time thing. That's kind of as far as I exist. If you're not real, then explain my YouTube feed are you showing up. I don't exist. The ways we interact do. But I want you to critique what I'm saying. I want you to prove me wrong. I want to be able to have a substantive, interesting conversation for 2 or 3 hours about the most odd minutia that really does matter to me. Because I care about these things. These things matter in the other work that I do and the writings that I'm doing. It's tough. But it's like, get over it. If he were to go, and again, I have life experience to talk about this. I do not hold things against people, nor do I think twice about it. If you're going to be rude to me, that's fine. I don't really give a shit. I have people who've done horrifying shit to me that say, hey, I fucked up. I'd love to talk. That's great. We talk immediately as if nothing happened. I don't give a fuck. I don't give a fuck, and neither should you. You should be able to forget about those things and move the fuck on and have new conversations and have new ideas and work on those things. If you're obsessing about, oh, you did this. I haven't said that once about this guy. I don't give a fuck about that. I say what he's saying. And then the next video comes out. It's like Michael Burns. We had that long conversation and I told him, hey, that's great. I was excited. I'll watch your next fucking video, but I will be watching. And I was. And he couldn't fucking handle it because he's a big giant pussy sometimes. We all get that way, but he doesn't understand the stuff and he's not able to tarry with it. He's not able to handle actual critique and respond to it. I've gotten it. I can handle it. And sometimes it hurts my feelings, but not really. Just get over it. Just go. I'm so offended you hate Hegel. I don't actually hate Hegel. I just don't like Hegel. I think there's a good chance I'd like Hegel if there was a better translation that made it more interesting to read. Marx's Capital, for example. Marx's Capital that I grew up reading, it was not fun and it was very dry. The new edition of is beautiful. It's prosaic. It brings to life Marx's ideas just in some light word changes. It's incredible how much a good translator or good writer can do that to a text. I believe Hegel needs that. I really do. I think it matters a great deal. Hey, is Marx's dialectical method a problem for Deleuze's ontology? No, Deleuze was extremely Marxist. Marxists don't like it that I say that, but Deleuze was extremely Marxist.
We need to be able to talk.
Sorry, you should say if someone does something terrible to you, you should just live and forget. Yes. Yes. Sure. Forgetting is the most important thing that humans can do. Memory is not very important. We fetishize memories. But the lived moment right here, the ability for other people to interact in different ways and to have new ways of interacting, if you force them by you staying in the past, by forcing them to stay in the past, you allow nothing new to grow. The forgetting is the tilling of the brain. The tilling of the brain allows new things to grow. Forgetting is not forgiving. Forgetting means that forgiving is useless. Maintain some level of emotional resonance. That's fine. And if a person is a dick to you all the time, maintain that. If they're also kind to you, maintain that. Like, don't put yourself in a position to be constantly hurt. I'm not saying like stay with an abusive husband. This isn't that shit. I'm not talking about that. People who murder, blah, blah, blah. Like there's a lot of different things that go with this. But I'm talking about like us here. Like if I were to say it to fucking Secret Agent Dan, hey, quit being a fucking dick. You'd be like, fuck, you think I'm a dick? No, I'm just saying quit being a fucking dick. And he's upset with me. Tomorrow, if he's like, you said I was a dick, I'm not talking. Now we're stuck in the past. We're stuck in the memory of the past that is not alive. There's no vitality in it. There's nothing alive in it in any capacity. It is sand castles that have hardened, waiting for the slightest breeze to destroy them, but that we're clutching to. It's awful, terrible. Instead, allow yourself to digest it just like you do food. This is like the best things that Nietzsche ever wrote was about this. Digest it like you would food, allow it to integrate into your body and allow it to disappear. Move the fuck on. Because if you don't forget, you don't grow. Like that old line of, I need to forgive you for my sake. Yeah, you need to be able to move on. You need to be able to forget and not have something sit with you all fucking day. You need to do that for your own good. And then also for theirs. You'll never forget or forget Trump and his shit friends. Cool. Fine. Like, I don't care. Would I forgive? I don't care. They don't matter. Trump doesn't matter. These people, Elon Musk doesn't matter. It's not like the most important thing for us to fucking make a list of all the people who've hurt us and all the people it's pointless. Every day we need to be working. And by the way, at some point, if we do maintain and find a way to actually get power back, we should not be seeking retribution. No, you should be moving the fuck on.
Talk about big issues without getting ensnared in mere cynicism and irony. If there's one thing that the different commentators on metamodernism have all noted, it is its peculiar tone of ironic sincerity. This dynamic is already familiar to us all from social media. There are people who post honest, depressing posts on social media like this person, and it doesn't inspire compassion and empathy. It just makes everyone else cringe. Then there are the humble braggers like this guy. The transparent antics of the one-dimensional are eviscerated by the ironic cynicism of those with some basic social awareness. But this awareness also constrains the expression of genuine emotion. This isn't limited to social media, of course. It's just the latest and most visible appearance of cultural trend stretching back to the ironic detachment that first made David Letterman an icon in the 1980s.
I don't know, because I thought that I would never want to do the show with you.
Now, why? Now, let's explore this a little. Why? Because you thought I was
an ass.
Over against this, we have the work of people like the shame...
He was an asshole. I always loved David Letterman. It's good shit. I'm not trolling or anything, but forgiving is a vague... Well, that's why I'm not saying to forgive. Forgetting is what you should do. You should allow your memories to be digested. I mean it like shit, like food. Food goes into your body, it becomes a part of you and goes away. You don't have a sandwich sitting in your fucking body. It gets turned into the various parts that it is, and then it gets utilized. And if you're not digesting your thoughts, if you're not digesting pain, Khalil Gibran is fucking hands down the prophet. Pain. Your pain is the breaking of the shell that encloses your understanding. Even as the stone of the fruit must break, that its heart may stand in the sun, so must you know pain. You could keep your heart in wonder at all the daily miracles of your life. Your pain would not seem less wondrous than your joy. And you would accept the seasons of your heart, even as you have always accepted the seasons that pass over your fields. You would watch with serenity through the winters of your grief. Much of your pain is self-chosen. It is the bitter potion by which the physician within you heals your sick self. Therefore trust the physician, drink his remedy in silence and tranquility. For his hand, though heavy and hard, is guided by the tender hand of the unseen. And the cup he brings, though it burns your lips, has been fashioned of the clay which the potter moistened with his own sacred tears. You have to learn to digest and let these things pass. Dune, like this is not even Nietzsche. Dune, what is the fear? How do you handle fear? You let it pass through you and you digest it. Literally, he's just taken from Nietzsche. It's not even an interesting version of Nietzsche. It's good, but it's the same thing. That's the idea. You have to allow these things to pass. You have to allow yourself to pass. You have to allow yourself to pass. You have to allow things to pass. I went through exceptional pain and sadness. If there is a thing I would pass on, it's this lesson about forgetting, not forgiving. Forgiving is a stupid thing. Forgiving is an intellectual exercise that means you're maintaining everything and digesting nothing. Forget and don't forgive. There's a difference. When you digest pain, someone hurting you, that becomes part of you, not the images, not the person, not exactly what happened, memorizing every detail, the emotion of it, the reactive emotion of life that person gave you. I'm not saying get rid of it. Don't forgive. It caused you pain. Keep it. But maintaining that specificity around the idea of the single thing, when in reality you have no idea what the reasons were or how it worked or how your pain even existed inside of it. Like you have the ability to fully understand and blame anything. Yeah, you can find a million excuses for yourself for all the shitty things you've done, but you refuse to find excuses for other people because you want to not forget. You want to maintain the knowledge. You want to maintain the facts of a thing and be aware of the facts of the thing and litigate it over and over and over and be right. Digest it, shit it out, and be done. Digest it, shit it out, and be done. Period.
Researcher Brene Brown, who talk about the importance of vulnerability for...
Do you cut off someone or keep talking to them? However you feel. This is one of the reasons that, by the way, the rules, the idea of forgiving or intellectualizing it is really problematic. It's how you feel. It's the reason people have said, oh, Brooks, because I've said I don't necessarily oppose the death penalty, but I oppose the death penalty. I don't believe the state should ever kill anyone. I think a cold version of a cold revenge through the state is one of the most disgusting things we can make a bureaucracy do. I find it distasteful in every way. But if a guy found the man who raped his daughter and he killed him, that's how that goes. That passions, impulses, the real life, responding to it, feeling about things, I have a lot more empathy for. I understand that. Life's difficult. Life's a lot of things. Having the feelings about stuff, have the feelings about stuff. Don't hurt people, but you shouldn't want to. Because that's bad. It's bad to do. They're humans. They also have dreams and hopes and sadness and fear, and they also have things they can't forget and things that they obsess over that you can't even understand, that they don't understand. They don't even know. If you're even slightly self-aware, you know you are far more self-aware than the average person who's not self-aware. And if you're self-obsessive, you know the lengths that can go. Give everyone the benefit of understanding that's who they are. They're all complicated, and they're all dying all the time. All of us. This Brooks you're seeing right now is existing right now until the time it doesn't. You have no idea what I'm like off stream or if this will be the same Brooks that I'm on stream next day. I might be meaner, I might be nicer, I might be tired, I might be this, I might be but I'm different. This continuous version of Brooks you're getting goes away. Same with everyone else. Everything changes. And that includes people. Have I read other Arabic poets? Many. Big fan in general of poetry from a lot of places in the world, but I do really like, I have a set of all of Gibran's books. It's a beautiful set. Oh, yeah, there's so many goods. Bipolarness and elbows. I understand this. Yeah. The psychosis of the soul. Again, it's one of the things we're doing with the, where can I read about Nietzsche digesting? That is a fantastic question. Stop it. That is a fantastic question. Let's see. I have too many Nietzsche books. And I'm going to say it's, I don't want to say it's gay science, but it might be. But it's Genealogy of Morals, I know it is in. Beyond Good and Evil has some stuff, but Genealogy of Morals, I think. It's Resentiment is Born of Not Forgetting, by the way. If you haven't read in a while, it's fine. Not everyone dives in like fully, but Genealogy of Morality, it's in there. You're good. Give me 2 seconds. Which one do you have? I have Adrian Del Caro's, which I like his translation generally. One second. We're going to read some Nietzsche. We're going to read some Nietzsche. We're going to read some Nietzsche because this guy's video is shit. All right. Where'd my PDF reader go? What the fuck? I just had my PDF up. Where the fuck? One sec. It's, by the way, it's throughout Genealogy of Morals. I'm trying to find a specific section. Short version. A strong, well-constituted human being digests his experiences, deeds, and misdeeds, as he digests his meals, even when he has to swallow bitter pills. If he cannot have done with an experience, this kind of indigestion is just as physiological as the other kind, and many times, in fact, only one of the consequences of that other kind. With such a conception, speaking among ourselves, one can still be the strictest opponent of all materialism. Good Nietzsche. It be good Nietzsche. Now let's see if I can... Here you are. That is... Something's wrong. That has too many filters on it, Brooks. Let's get rid of that, and that. What the fuck, Brooks? Why did you do this? Terrible. Why is it gray? Seriously, Brooks, what are you doing, man? Oh, I've got it underneath, that's why. Jesus. I don't know what is with me today. I'm fucking just nuts or something. All right. So yeah, it's all over. I think that's a pretty beautiful... I think that's a beautiful sentiment. But how the noblest and the vilest stand next to each other. We're right there at the top. How disorderly and rich is this entire household of the soul. The German drags his soul. He drags everything he experiences. He digests his events badly. He is never finished with them. German profundity is often only a hard and sluggish digestion. Just as all the chronically ill, all dyspeptics have a tendency to seek comfort, Germans love frankness and uprightness. How comfortable it is to be frank and upright. Literally, by the way, this is like Nietzsche uses this throughout all of his writings. Like this idea, this metaphor. To breed an animal that is allowed to promise. Is this not precisely the paradoxical task that nature has set for itself with respect to human beings? One sec. I need to pull that. That's weird. Why is that cutting that off? It's terrible. It's like I haven't read a PDF in a while. This is fucking embarrassing. It's like I don't read books. It's almost like I'm a metamodernist. There. Is that not the genuine problem of human beings? That this problem has been solved to a high degree must seem all the more amazing to someone who fully appreciates the force that works in opposition here, that of forgetfulness. Why does it feel relative to Americans as well? Yeah. Brits too, by the way. French a little bit less so, but again, I think it's more global at this point. That of forgetfulness. You see forgetfulness? Forgetfulness is not merely a vie inertia, something that just happens, as the shallow believe. Rather, it is an active, positive faculty of repression in the strictest sense, which is accountable for the fact that whatever we experience, learn, or take in while we are in our digestive state, it could just as well be called ensouling, is able to enter our consciousness just as little as the whole thousandfold process with which our physical nourishment takes place, so-called embodying. temporarily closing the doors and windows of consciousness, remaining undisturbed by the noise and struggle with which our underworld of service organs works for and against each other, a bit of quiet, a bit of tabula rasa of consciousness, so that there is room again for new things, above all for the nobler functions and functionaries, for ruling, anticipating, predetermining, since our organism is oligarchically organized. This is the use of the active forgetfulness referred to above, a doorkeeper, so to speak, an upholder of psychic order, of rest, of etiquette, from which it can be immediately deduced that no happiness, no cheerfulness, no hope, no pride, no present could exist without forgetfulness. The person in whom this repression apparatus is damaged and ceases to function can be compared to a dyspeptic, and not merely compared. He cannot finish anything. Precisely this necessarily forgetful animal, in whom forgetting represents a force, a form of strong health, has now bred in itself a counterfaculty, a memory, with whose help forgetfulness is exempted for certain cases, namely, for those cases where promises are to be made. Thus it is by no means a merely passive incapacity to let go of an impression that has been carved, not merely the indigestion of a once pledged word with which someone is unable to finish, but an active process of not wanting to get rid of something, a willing on and on of something once willed, an actual memory of the will, so that between the original I will do, and the actual discharge of the will, its act, a world of new foreign things and circumstances, even acts of will, can be unhesitatingly placed in between, without breaking this long chain of willing. But how many different things this presupposes, how humanity must have first learned to separate necessary from accidental occurrences, in order to control the future in advance, to think causally, to think, see, and anticipate what is remote as if present, to posit with certainty what is the end, what is the means for this. In general, to reckon and be able to calculate, how humanity itself must have first become calculable, regular, necessary, even to itself for its own image, in order finally to be able to vouch for itself as future, to the extent that someone who promises does. I absolutely adore Nietzsche, if you didn't know, and this is why we have our readings on Thursdays of Klosowski's Vicious Circle, which is about Nietzsche's eternal return and completely rebuilding that in. This is a beautiful piece from Nietzsche. For him, there's no need to remember. Why do we remember? Why isn't forgetting? Is incredible that we have this. It's stunning. We do it because someone promised us something. We have to remember that. What if they don't do it? What if they wrong us? How many times will they wrong us? How can we keep track of that? Well, what if they didn't wrong us? What if it just didn't happen? What if the promise was not their intention? What if the causality isn't where we thought it was? It does not matter. We first learned to separate causality from accident. But is there a difference? How do we determine that difference? How do we find ourselves within that difference? We don't. We get to determine it. We condition our understanding of the past. We set the terms of our own non-forgetting. And lo and behold, it fucks us. Lo and behold, it fucks us. And it does, by the way. Every fucking time, it fucks us. At 2 a.m, 2 a.m, I'll be heading out and tapping out. I'm going to be sending you over to Kid Not Kin because he's the only person streaming at this ungodly hour. I had a lovely time. I think overall quite lovely. I thank all of you for joining. It's lovely. It's always great to chat with you. It's always great to go over a few grifters and bastards who really just need to do better. And I stand and I mean it. And again, got actions in the queue, say to prove it. They show up and go, I want to learn this. You're on. Anyone. I'll sit with goddamn Jordan Peterson. I don't give a fuck. We can explain things to people. People can be learning. It can be very positive. So maybe you'll forget about me. We send you Kid Not Kin. Kid Not Kin is doing his jamming thing. I'm going to, 1 second. I want to make sure I can. Boop. I want to hear. We're going to fuck with my thing real quick, though, first. Okay. Setting 1. Setting 2. Setting 3. That one could be cool if I talk for a little bit longer. If I use longer tones, if I speak, it could be interesting. Setting 5 as I talk a little bit longer. I like the rewind effect. I think that's a pretty cool effect, actually. All right, let me turn some things up. Increase space time. This will be fun.
Here I go anti-anything.
Let's speed it up a little bit
Suresh
faster.
Zero Super chatted $10. Can you play this next clip pretty please?
I'll play it in a moment. I'm playing with my stupid toys first. We'll do repeats there. Okay, I've got. I'm making it a little bit less. That'll be good. Okay, so this will be setting 6. Testing and talking a little bit longer. It should be dancing a little bit better in the background. Setting 7777777. Okay. Pull that down. Sorry. There we go. It's the odd reversals are always fun and interesting. And I'm going to switch it up. Switching it up with this one. This will be 8. It clips really hard. It's funky, right? This will be, I think this one's going to be really solid. I like it. It's a lot of reverbing and dancing. That's a pretty cool one. I'm okay with that one. That's all right. So I'm going to change the shape of that one a little bit. All right, we'll turn that one. Slow it a little bit more. Switch it to something. All right, maybe that one will do something a little bit stronger. Any hot takes on Boruto? I don't know what the fuck that is. There we go. All right, let's warp. This is a microcosm. They're a hologram device. Hologram's microcosm. Amazing. That one's fun, but it's not great. Let's go over to sequencing. I think sequencing is going to be more fun. Thank you for sticking around. Sequel to Naruto. I never saw Naruto. I will end up probably because of my son. There we go. That's fun. That's a fun one. I like that. That's fun. I like it. That's interesting. All right. So, someone's playing the TV. This will be fun. All right. That's a good one. I think I'm going to leave it there. We're going to see everything next week. I'm going to turn the mix down so that way you can actually hear me. See if it works. Perfect. With that, I'm going to say, all of you are amazing, and hey, I'll see y'all soon enough. Give love to Kid Not Ken.